hope you are having a good Sunday or whatever day of the week it is when you are experiencing this. Today, it looks like we get to start with a Nurikabe Xendari puzzle, so this should be fun. I do enjoy Nurikabe puzzles. Announcement-wise, I think the only announcement I have is that my newest puzzle's out on LMD. I announced that last time, but also LMD was down last time, so my announcing that it was out on LMD was probably not super useful. But my Country Road Pentomino puzzle that I have been talking about making for months finally happened, and it is out on LMD. So if you are interested, you can go ahead and find that now. Now, let's talk about who voted for this puzzle, because as always, we start each stream with the most voted for puzzle. So today's most voted for puzzle is this one. It was voted for by the supporters, David Plonktime, Russ David, Luda Doomdiat, Paul Fly, Ken, and Nordy. So thank you, everyone, for your support, and let's try and understand the rules here. So we need to shade some cells in the grid so that all shaded cells are connected and no 2x2 area is entirely shaded. So no 2x2s and connected. All shaded cells containing circles, all cells containing circles are unshaded. We can do that. Oops. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Unshaded. We usually let be green. Circles are arrow clues. Each circle is attached to exactly one orthogonally connected path of unshaded cells, where the cells on the path sum to the circled number the path may touch itself. All cells containing squares are shaded and must contain a digit equal to the number of shaded cells seen in all directions combined, including itself, where unshaded cells block vision. So all cells containing squares are shaded and must contain a digit equal number of shaded cells where unshaded cells block vision. Okay. So I think because of the groups of unshaded cells contain exactly one circle, I think that means that for example, I can't make either of these green, or I would have a group of unshaded cells that contained more than one circle. For example, let's see. Okay, where else can we go? Yeah, this is certainly a 1, 2, or 3. That's a good point because it's counting shaded cells blocked by unshaded cells, so it sees at most all of these, interestingly enough. Let's see. I'm looking for usual Nurikabe stuff about things that grow, but I don't quite see it, or don't quite see anything yet. This isn't a yin-yang Dorlier. Let's see. Would be nice, but no, that's not what this is. Let's see. Oh, this is a reachability thing. Yeah, so yeah, that's a good observation. So Selena's point is one of these cells has to be green. So this is my least favorite Nurikabe deduction. But any 2x2 in a Nurikabe puzzle has to have an unshaded thing, and because all regions are clued, you can ask yourself what region could possibly get to it. And so in this instance, we have to get here with an arrow. And so if we look down here, you can see something like this circle definitely can get there. This circle I don't think can. Oh, maybe it could actually. Oh, no, it can't. Definitely not, unless maybe, could we do that? I think technically that's possible. I'm sure that breaks for some reason that is clear, but assuredly nothing can get to any cell but this one, right? Let's see. Oh, did I do a min 10? Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, sorry, you're right. This does not actually work, and that doesn't actually work. Okay, yeah. So this one can't even get there. Can this one get anywhere but here? Well, if it's in any of those cells, yeah, we certainly can't do something like that. I'm just trying to convince myself this is the only cell that could possibly be the green one. Let's see. Is the because we could do something like this, and that'll work. But I don't think we can do functionally better. We could do that instead, for example. But I don't think I can do anything but that. But I wouldn't want to have to prove it. But I think there is no way to connect this circle without doing something like that, which is going to automatically make this a 9. And so we can bring out our 9 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we have that, and so that means that this is a 1, 2, or 3 for sure, because any possible path that involves this is going to require that. And so as AFK says, this certainly can't go down, because if it does, then that's way too many. That's not efficient enough. So we have to do that. And so this is a 1, 2, or 3 as well. Yeah, this certainly is gray. I agree with that statement. If this was green, then we'd have to do that. That doesn't work. We need to wiggle more than that, just for Sudoku reasons. Likewise, this assuredly can't go down. And this can't go down here because, again, that would be a problem. So I think then I think we could do either that or that. I think both of those work. Certainly don't go up, though. So we certainly do that. So yeah, so we've got sort of 2 options, both alike in dignity or something. This arrow now has to go left, because if this arrow tries to go up, it's not going to work. It's going to connect to this green area. And remember, it's sort of a snake, so we can do that. And now we know which way the 9 arrow goes, because if the 9 arrow goes this way, then oh, maybe not. Sorry, I was saying something wrong, I think. Oh, this can't go down, actually. Here's another silly thing. If this goes down, then it has to continue, so it'd have to go that way, but that disconnects gray. So it doesn't go down because of that. So we have that. So this isn't a 1 anymore, at least. It's a 2 or a 3. Let's see. This goes to a 3rd cell. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so Selena has, Emma has a good point. If I shade this cell, then by the rules I'm obligated to shade this cell, so that doesn't work. So this cell's always unshaded, which makes that unshaded. Which then makes this shaded by the fact that this needs to be an arrow, and makes that shaded by the disconnecting thing. Let's see. Whichever way. Oh no, that's not true. If I connect that way, so yeah, so there's a potential connectivity issue over here, but it is not yet, I think, fixed. This is getting pretty big, actually. This is already at 7, right? So this is 7, 8, 9 only. Can it not be green because of this 2, 3 here, Carl? Is that the point? Previously, I'd done the math and I thought that it could, but I think maybe it can't because of that. Oh yeah. This is shaded as well. Selena points out. Oops, not that shaded. That shaded. So this is actually not even 7 either. So if this is green, it makes the arrow do this. So it would make these some. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't work. Yeah. So if this is green, then that's green. But now, because these 5 cells, let me just show you this in the bifurcation palette. These 5 cells sum to a minimum of 15. So since these would sum to a maximum of 9, these would sum to a minimum of 6. But then these 3 also sum to a minimum of 6. That's 12. That doesn't work. Oops, sorry, I grayed 2 things there when I should not have. So we can gray that cell as well. Okay. Yeah, so this is 1, 2, 3, remember? So, and this is 1, 2, 3, because these are all attached to the 9. Yeah, so if the green goes this way, then these are 1, 2, and so this is minimum 3, 4. That would make this a minimum of 7. If this goes this way, these are 1, 2, 3. That makes this a minimum of 9. So this is always 7, 8, or 9. Yeah, funnily enough, this cell, so this cell is at least 4. And so Emma's point is this cell now can't connect to an arrow because it's at least 4. And so previously it could maybe have connected to a circle, but because it definitely sees the 1, 2, and 3 here, there's no way it connects to a circle. Yeah. This just can't come left because it would become a 1-cell arrow, AFK points out. Have to avoid a 2 by 2. So this goes down, so it doesn't go those directions. And so it does go here. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So one of these is a 1, 2 pair. And whichever one is a 1, 2 pair guarantees that one of these is a 3. And so these aren't 3. That's weird. So these are actually 1, 2 pairs. Yeah, and one of these is the 3 for the circle. Yeah, one of these is gray. This is Math Pesto's point. One of these is gray. Or sorry, one of these is green, because otherwise we have a 2x2. And if it's this one that's green, we can't connect to an arrow without taking 4 cells in a box or column. So this one can't be green. So this one is green. I agree with that assessment. I also like Jim's point that we have, if we ask where 1 and 2 go in this box, they go here and here. And so that makes that green because of the fact that this is a 2 and what it counts. And so this is a minimum of 8, and it can only be 8. So these are 3, 4. So we have that. So no 8 there. Let's see. Yeah, so this could be 7, 3, 4, or 9 something something. No 8 over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is 8 or 9 still. Yeah, Math Pesto wants me to write 1, 2, 3 in this cell. Oh, this can be a 3 because it doesn't see the 3 there. You're right. Sorry, you're right. I agree. Could be a 3. Yeah, Math Pesto wants me to write 1, 2, 3 in here because of the fact that I know, because of these two being green, that there's a minimum sum of 6, however this connects. So this is a 1, 2, 3, sure. And so this is a minimum of 7 if I want to keep track of that kind of nonsense. Let's see. If this is gray, does it break? Because if this is gray, it makes that a 9, which makes this a 7, which makes that green. Maybe that all works out okay. So got all of that. Let's see. Oh, this just can't go left. This has been available from the very beginning. If this goes left, it can't take the 9, so it just immediately dies. So that definitely goes that way. So this number is a 1, a 2, or a 3. In fact, the 9 is just never green. That would have been a smart thing to say. Because the 9 would have to be a non-circle arrow cell, which is just not a thing. This can't be green either because... Oh, no, this can't be green either, actually. Because if this is green, that means this arrow goes up like that, but that isolates this this cell. So now this is gray by 2 by... Or sorry, green by 2 by 2, so that's green. So this arrow is done over here. That's green by 2 by 2, so this arrow is done. So we get all of that. This is a 3 or 4, it would seem. Arrows only move orthogonally, Selena. So it's turned into there. Row 3, column 2 can't double back because that would isolate the grays. I think the arrows can touch themselves rule is terrible, by the way. because I don't think it's ever going to matter. And I think it just like makes it so you have to think about things. And every time in my head I've thought about, could this be the case? It's like, oh no, that actually couldn't work because blah, blah, blah. So I would have gotten rid of that. Oh, Selena is worried that that could happen. Uh, that's actually plausible, maybe. Uh, ugh. Uh, uh, 2x2s are fine in green. Uh, uh, so I think Selena is correct. That this could do that. Uh, Unfortunately. This still can't be green though for in any universe because we know that this connects to it. So this is still always gray, regardless of how the rest of this works. Uh, da, 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 this is gray no matter what, right? There's nothing. This could never be part of anything because I would either have to be part of this or part of this, and certainly neither of those work. So this is always gray. Let's see. I'm just saying it's a bad rule. I'm not saying it will never show up in the puzzle. I don't think it will, but it might. Uh, 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 oh yeah, this should certainly be gray because either way, this does that. I agree. That's gray and that's green and that's done. Uh, uh, so, uh, AFK is saying that if I do this, if the green comes down here, then it breaks the bejesus out of this arrow, which is true. Because if the green comes here, I know these two sum to a maximum of 5, which would make these sum to a minimum of 10. Yeah, that doesn't work. So that gets gray. That becomes green. Oops, sorry, that becomes green. This is assuredly gray. I can't have an arrow that does that. Okay. Let's see. This now sees 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this is now a 9 and a 7. Makes that green because of that. And so this being a 7 makes these a 3, 4 because they see 1, 2. That means that's not the 3 and that is the 3. And now that just is a 4. I don't even have to look at the fact that a 3 sees it. So that is green. That is a 4 and a 3. So we got all of this. Okay. I agree with Dorlear. This isn't 7. Let's see. I don't think I know what the minimum of this is. I certainly know there is a 1 in here, so I know there's a 1 on this arrow. Yes. Astrid points out that now if I look at where 4 goes in box 7, 4 in box 7 definitely now goes there. I agree with that assessment. 9 is placed in box 9 by Josh. Agree. These are a 5-6 pair. Let's see. So yeah, so this is not a 5. Let's see. I think this could technically be a 3. It can't be a 4 or a 5. I think it could technically be a 6, 7, or 8. So I think these are from 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I agreed with you. This wasn't a 7. I just didn't write it in because it seemed like not the thing I was focusing on at the moment. Let's see. So we get there. Let's see. Is that being gray a problem? Looking just at the, or if this is green, is that a problem? Maybe not. Okay. Ah, 9 in box 4. Yeah, 9 in box 4 doesn't go on this arrow. So that's huge because it means 9 in box 4 goes in one of those two cells, which makes that an 8. So that is pretty cool. And now when I look at the 8 in this box, now the 8 in this box assuredly goes there. This is definitely not a 3 anymore. And now there's definitely a 2 on this arrow. Jaleb points out, because it needs to sum to at most 7. And so that 2, if you look at it now, is forced by Zach Wing arrangement to go up here, just by saying, I've got the 1s and 2s in column 2 and 3. So the 1s and 2s in column 1 have to go up here, which makes this a 3. And so we've got that. So now there's no 3 on here, so this can't be a 2, it's a 1. And so now this is 1, 2, 4, because they summed to 7, which makes that a naked 2, 4, 1, 1, 2. I'll go in to make that work. The 9 in this box is just placed here, by the way, by Sudoku I am seeing. The minimum sum here is actually 7 if you look at these two, because they can't be 1 and 2. They could be 3, 4, which means this is a 7 or 8 only. Let's see. Oh, 9 in box 2 is here. There's definitely a 3 in one of these two cells. For what it's worth, and these are from 3, 4, 5, just by the math of what is happening there. Let's see. Yeah, we can still have this sort of double back, at least as far as I'm able to determine at the moment. Oh, there are more 9s in the puzzle, I am being told. 9 is just placed there, which means it's gray. For sure. Some sort of like thinking about gray-green thing with this corner, but it might not be necessary. But I think there's some deduction that we could get by pushing on that hard enough. Let's see. Is that all the 9s? Sorry. We still are missing 1 9. No, 2 9s. Yeah, there's the other 9 is down here. Yeah, Emma has done it. That cell has to be green, because if this cell is gray, it forces that cell to be gray by connectivity, which forces this to be green by 2 by 2, which forces that arrow to do this, and it connects 2 green cells. So this is always green, which means it definitely connects to this, but we could still have our P arrow probably. Oh, this cell can't be green. Because if this cell is green, it will have to be part of this arrow, which will mean that this arrow will be one cell. So this cell can't be green anymore because of the way it interacts with these two circles. Let's see. Yes, this gray has to get out. So all of that is gray because this gray has to connect. So that green has to connect. So this is gray because, oh no, sorry, this could still be double green. This green has to come down like this, which makes that gray, which makes this green, which makes that gray. Hey, Fuchsia, how are you doing? Get a lot of freebies there. So this is a minimum of 2, 5. And there's definitely a 2 in it, because if there's no 2, it's a minimum of 5, 6, and the 2 goes there. And so this is only a 5 or 6, which makes that a 7 or an 8. If we are looking at it, let us see. Yeah, this still looks like it could plausibly be green. No 8 on this arrow either. Okay, so Emma has noted you can't put an 8 on this arrow because there's no way it sums to 9 because there's a 9 in the box. You can't put an 8 in this column, so the 8 in this box goes here, which means the 8 in this box goes here. Which means that these are actually an 8-9 pair by Sudoku. Means that these are a pair of 5 and 6, I believe. Oh, also at some point I put an 8 in a place that made this a 7. I don't know when, but I'm sure it happened. Let's see, these are 3, 5, and so not 3 and 5, 3 and 6 and 7, I believe. I can promise you this one isn't the 3 because it would have a larger number on the arrow already. Oh, and this one's not a 6 because there's a 5, 6 looking up at it. So that one's definitely a 3. So, and it's not 6, 3, 3. It could be 6, 3, 2, 1 though. That's probably okay. Or it could be 7, 3, 4 is also possible. I don't think there's any way this is anything other than 1 or 4 though. Oh, actually, maybe this could be 7, 3, 1, 3, actually. Never mind. Oh, it's being pointed out that this sees a 2. So this being a 6 just breaks, because if this is a 6, it has to go 6, 3, 1, what? And then there's nothing. So this is always a 7. That's a 6. It could still be 1, 3, though, as best I can determine it. But this is either a 1 or a 4 for sure. Let's see. What are these? These are from 1, 4, 7. There's definitely a 7. That is fine. Oh yeah, these have to be green. Dorlear is right. So if this arrow doesn't do the P thing, then this becomes a 2x2 of gray. So yeah, so these are always green. Very good. So the arrow has to do that, so that makes that gray. So we've got that. So now this arrow is a minimum of 6, 7, so it can only possibly sum to 8. If we look at this, these grays need to connect, so that makes that gray, which makes this green, which makes this 3, 1, 3, which makes this 4 and 3. So we've got all of that now. So now we can count our last square. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is a 6. So assuredly, if this is green, it breaks immediately because that would be 4 cells. The minimum sum would be 10 or more. So that's definitely gray. It is still true that these sum to a minimum of 6, so this can only possibly be a 1 or a 2. Hey, Chili, hope you're doing well. This is a naked single. That is a 5. No, it's not a 5. Let's try again. It's a 6. There we go. It's a 6. So that means by sudoku, that's a 6. Let's see. So what else can we do? Column 7 needs 2 and 4. Thank you for doing that for me. I looked at that earlier and decided I didn't want to mess with it. Yeah. Well, 5s and I have had a complicated relationship in the past, so we're still working through some of our issues. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so these are 5, 7, 8 is what these are. That one's not an 8. So one of these definitely is an 8, but I don't think that's interesting. I guess it means that one of these is definitely an 8, which does not become more interesting. Okay. Let's see. 2 in column 5. Let's see. Oh, 7 in column 4. That one I definitely believe. 7 in column 4 can only go here. So these are 5, 6, 8. That one's not a 6. Let's see. If there's no 2 in these are a minimum of 1, 4, which would force these to be 1, 2. I think that's just okay. Let's see. 6 in box 5 is certainly in one of these 2 cells. So we've got that. Oh, there's a 3 and a 4 in the column. I see. So if this isn't a 1-2 pair, then the minimum sum here is 6, which is too many. So this has to be a 1-2 pair owing to the 3 and the 4 in the column I wasn't even really paying attention to. So that places a 2 there. Let's see. We've got 5, 6, 8 left in the column. Makes this a 5 or a 6, I suppose. These need to be either 2, 3, or 1, 4. So this is either 3 or 1, depending. 3 in box 4 from your daughter. Let's see. So 3 is one of those 2, and it's not that one. Thank you, Josh's daughter. Okay, so we've got a 5, 6, 7 here, I suppose. Let's see. Okay, I don't think I know what's going on over here yet. I know one of these 2 is 3, I suppose, but that's not immediately exciting. Row 2 needs a 7. That's a good point. That's going to do it, I think. So AFK's row 2, 7 is going to do a lot of damage there. Because now these are summing to 8, so now they have to be 3, 5, which looks like that, which makes this 1, 2, 1, which means this needs to be a 4, a 2, and a 1, and a 2, 9, and a 6, 8, and a 5. Makes that the last 9 in the grid. Makes this the 6 by previous corner marks. Makes the 5 in column 6 now goes here, which makes that an 8, makes that a 6 and a 5, makes that an 8. Okay, yeah, we can probably just go full mark now. 7, 4, 3, 5. Oops. 5. Third time's the charm. 5, 7, 6, 5, 7, 6, 4, or 7. Very nice. I enjoyed that. Didn't like the one rule, though. I did not come around on the rule. But other than that, very nicely put together puzzle, and very smooth, actually. Like there weren't any ugly steps, I think, at all in the puzzle. Like I'm trying to think. I don't think there was a single one that was unpleasant. So very smooth, very well put together. All right, I am going to take a quick break, and I will come back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. While it is still Pride Month, let's do NBs by Michael Lefkowitz, aka Juggler, I believe. So we have this. Okay, so let us have a look. So we have binary lines, so thick blue lines and thick pink lines are binary lines. Only one of these colors can have high digits and the other can only have low digits. And then we have non-binary lines. All other lines are non-binary lines and have digits that average to exactly 5. Interesting. Okay, so this is fascinating. Okay, so this has got to be where we start, because, wait, one of these colors can only have high digits and the other can only have low digits. Wait, how on earth is this possibly going to work? Or is this meant to just be considered a line of another type? I think this is meant to be a non-binary line. Right, because it says thick blue and thick pink lines. Okay, so this is a mixed line. Okay, so we've got there. Okay, so got it. Okay, I enjoy this non-binary line in particular. Okay. So yeah, so this is either all high or all low, because the binary lines need to be either all high or all low. And I suppose I should color the things that are on blue lines blue, huh? Because blue only has 4 options. I guess I can sort of start this as a coloring puzzle, and I can color everything that is on a pink line red, because, again, there's no overlap between the things that go on blue lines and the things that go on pink lines. Now, that has to be pink because of this squiggly line. Because of that, there we go. We do have all of the reds here. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, these average to 5. Right. Remember, these average to 5. So if one of them's not 5, the other certainly isn't 5. I can put 5s on some of these other lines, though. I need to remember for my sanity. Okay. Math Pesto pointing out this certainly isn't 5, so one of these is 5. Oh, right. This is definitely pink because it can't be a 5 and it can't be blue. So that's the last pink cell of the box, which means that this cell is blue because, again, it can't be 5 because you can't make 5 and 5 average to 5. So that makes that pink. That's all the pinks in this row for what it's worth. Okay, and now this has to be blue, Jim points out, because we've got all the pinks in the column. So that's blue. Also, this is blue because it's half of a line that averages to 5. This is red because it's half of a line that averages to 5. It's going to be such a troll if it turns out blue is high. Okay. Let's see. Okay, what else is happening here? Okay, this is a 5 and 2 reds. So I guess the point is, where did the blues go? This is how I should phrase it. Where did the blues go in box 7? The blues in box 7, they don't go in this column, so they have to go there. So all of those are blue. So blue is high, actually, just by asking where blue goes in this box. So indeed, we get to 6, 7, 8, 9, all of our blues, and 1, 2, 3, 4, all of our pinks. So we were indeed trolled. Yeah, there's certainly at least one blue along this line, given that it's got 2 pinks on it already. It might need 2, but I'm going to put off doing that math as long as I possibly can. I'm going to be honest. Row 2, column 3 is blue, right? Because there's a 5 in one of these 2 cells. So this cell's definitely blue because it's got all the pinks in the column. I agree. Let's see. Dorlier has done the math and says that if I make this pink, it's going to be a problem. Because then I'll have pink will sum to a maximum of 2, 3, 4. And we'd need to get to 20, so I couldn't make that 11. Right, so that certainly can't be pink. Could it even be 5? 3, 4, 5 would work. 3, 4, 5 would be 12 plus 8. So this could be 5, so I don't know it's blue. And the math is different for that one, and I, again, don't really want to do it. Oh, all pinks in this row are gone. That's also true. So that cell, therefore, is 5. So this cell sees every pink and every blue. So this cell is a 5, and it can be green. So we get to do our 5 dance. Boop-boop-a-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop-a-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee. I want a 5 dance emote with Zach in a spacesuit upside down. If someone with artistic skills wants to attempt to make that, since almost all of our emotes have been very kindly generated, if you want to draw Zach in a spacesuit upside down doing a 5 dance, I think that would be an awesome emote. So this cell's pink. Let's see. Just to finish off the box. Okay. Yeah, so one of these is 5. I agree with chat's theory that this is probably all 5s. Okay, row 1 now is blue for the rest, right? Because we've got all the pinks and our 5. So row 1 is blue. Okay, so yeah, so this is 5. This is 5 or blue. for sure. I think we know it's not. Oh, it's definitely not pink because we've got all the pinks. In fact, everything in here is 5 or blue for what it's worth. So we have that. I was looking to see if that sort of said anything interesting with like the rows or columns or anything like that. If this is red, does it destroy this line? Because if this is red, then that's 3 lows gone. So the absolute minimum that this could sum to would be 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8 is 15, 26. It's too big, right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's too big. So this can't be red. If this is red, it breaks this length 5 line if I did that correctly, because I got 26 before I even added the 1. So this is actually the red cell. Sorry. Of course it's not red, Zeta. There's 4 reds in the box. Okay, so I have proven carefully that this cell is not red, but it was already not red. The proof equally well proves that this cell is not red, but also this cell is already known to not be red. However, this cell is not red and it's not blue, because by the column, there's 4 reds, and by the row, there's 4 blues. So this is actually our 5 for the row. And so the rest of these are red by the row. And the rest of these are blue by the column. The prophecy is starting to come true. Yes. So this, right, it is all 5s now. Because this is either blue or 5, but if it's blue, then this needs to be red, but it can't. Or if you want to think about it, both of these are blue or 5, and they average to 5. So that's probably the nicer way to say it. So that is blue. Oops, all 5s indeed. So that has made these all blue. Let's see. This row has all the reds, so these are both blue. Let's see. Yeah, and so this is a 5 blue pair of sorts. The green NB line wants nothing to do with this high-low nonsense. Clearly. Let's see. 5 column 8 is red, I am told. Yes, because it's not blue by the column and it's not 5 by the row. Good spot. So that is red. One of these is 5 and the other is red for what it is worth. 5 in box 8 is just placed. Beautiful. So that means this needs to be red in order to balance this out. It also means this needs to be 5 in order to Sudoku, which means that this is red to finish out the column. Means that is 5 and these are red. Let's see. We've got all the blues in box 8 now, so these are both red. We've got all the reds in row 9, so that is blue. We've got all the blues in row 8, so that is red. These are a blue-red pair, apparently. So it would seem. Let's see. Column 6. Good. Column 6 has 4 reds, so this is blue. I already have 4 blues. I do already have 4 blues in column 9, so that makes that red and this blue. I have just not been saying out loud, but every time I have said I have all the reds in blank, I have also had the 5 in that area, which is why I have been able to do the coloring that I have, I hope. Let's see. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, one of these is 5 and one of them is red for what it is worth. I guess I know that these 3 cells add to 20, so these 4 cells add to 20, so these 3 cells add to 15. as 2 lows and a high. So one of the lows has to be 4, I guess, if I want to start doing math, because if you're making if you're making 15 as a sum of 3, it either is 4, 5, 6, or it's entropic. It needs a low, a middle, and a high, is what the math tells you. I knew these sum to 20, by the way, because the average of this line is 5. So we have that, and so this sums to a maximum of 7. So this is an 8 or a 9, and these are from 2, 3, 4, just for the record. I feel like I'm going to have horrible regrets about having started this, but we'll see how it goes. Let's see. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? Let's see. We know these are 7, 8, 9, I suppose I should say. So this is also 2, 3, 4, and that's also 2, 3, 4. Right, this line sums to 20, and AFK's note is that these already sum to a minimum of 14. Oh, I did my math wrong. This is 1, 2, 3. But anyway, these sum to a minimum of 14. So these two sum to a maximum of 6, which means they are 5 or red. And so yeah, so I guess I already knew they were both 5 or red. If this was 5, this would have to be 1. Oh, the other one as well. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be like useful at a later date and time. That has not yet transpired. Let's see. The 1 in box 4 is down here, so it does look at that cell. So that's not 1 and that's not 9. For what it is worth. This can't be 4 either. Right, yeah, if this were 4, the minimum here would be 10. But let's see. I didn't quite get it, but we can come back if we need to. This line does have 3 reds, but only 2 blues, and it needs to sum to 30. So these sum to an absolute maximum of... And these can't even sum to 9, actually. No, these can sum to 9. No, these can't sum to 9. These sum to a maximum of 8. So 8 plus 5 is 13. So these need to sum to a minimum of 27. That doesn't sound right. I didn't do that right. 8 plus 5 is 13. And I need these to sum to 30. Oh, 17. These sum to a minimum of 17. That's it. Sorry, not 27. So that is 8, 9. So those are 8, 9. And these do sum to 8, which makes that a 2. Which makes that the 4. Which actually makes this the 9. That the 8 and that the 9. This isn't a 9, that's not a 1. These are, of course, 1, 3, 4. That's not a 4. These are a 1, 3 pair, actually. The 1, 3 pair looks over here and makes that a 2 and an 8, which makes that a 7 and a 3, which makes that a 9. Oh, people tell me that 2 plus 8 is 10. I suppose I believe that. Okay, so we've got all of that. So these two are a 6, 7. In fact, they're a 7, 6 pair. And so that 7 there goes with a 3. Oops. Oh, why did I put a 3 there? That was not a good, that does not have a good, that doesn't sound like a 3. Let's try again. Oh, I said it's a 6, 7 pair. I said the right thing, and then I wrote the wrong digit in. So that's still 3 with a 1 and a 3. That is 6, and that is a 4. Okay, the last blue here is a 9. I am sorry I ruined it with my not very good math. That's a 2. That's a 1. These are a 2, 3. These are a 1, 2, 4. Which I realize is not actually immediately. Oh, it is useful because it makes that a 3, right? Because I could just ask where the 3 goes. Oh, this is known as well. This is just a 6. These are an 8, 9 pair to finish out the column. I am being told these are a 6, 7 pair. So that just is a 9. So that's an 8 and a 9. Column 3. Okay, so let's see. 8, 8. There's an 8 over here somewhere. There's a 9 up here somewhere. Okay, so now these two sum to a minimum of 15. So these two sum to a maximum of 5. And so in particular, this can't be 5 anymore. It has to be red, Dorlier points out. So we get that. Let's see. I was looking for something like neither of these can be 2, but that doesn't seem... Oh, no, neither of them can be 2. It is true. I was looking for something like neither of them can be 2, and in fact, neither of them can be 2. So they're a 1, 4 pair. Oh, I put too many blues over here. Sorry. That one's actually green. It's still true that these are a 1, 4 pair, though. Oh, no, sorry. They don't have to sum to 5. They just sum to at most 5. Whew. It's very hot in here today. I will blame that. Yeah, these two sum to at most 5. They only actually sum to 5 if that is a 6. Oh, I should fill in the last 5. Let's do that. Oh, sorry. There's one more 5 over here. Okay, and so this is blue by the column. Yeah, it could be 1, 1 with another 9 if we wanted. That would be fine. That's all the blues for this row. So that is red, which makes that blue. These are a 6, 7. Oh, this is the last cell. This is red for the record. This cell goes here. So this is a 6, 7, and I can catch up these. Although I suppose to be on theme, I should really blueberry them. Okay, so one of these is an 8. Let's see. Oh, one of these is a 9. I agree with that. If this is a 9, then these need to be 1, 1, which is, I think, okay. I don't swear it, though. These are from 1, 3, 4, just for my sanity to keep track of it. This is 1 or 3, of course. Oh, okay. I should probably figure out this 6, 7 line. So these are either summing to 14, in which case this is a 1, to 13, in which case this is a 2, or to 12, in which case this is a 3, which it definitely isn't. So this digit here is always a 1 or a 2, based on whether these 6 7s are the same or not. One of these is definitely a 4, which makes this a 1 2 3 for what it's worth. This digit is placed in this box, so so these two digits are the same digit. So I think I still don't quite know which of these is which. Let's see. This is a 4. Thank you. I was trying to think that there is like a sudoku or something, but no, this is literally just a 4 in box 6, just goes there. So that then is going to help me place the 4 in this box here, which is going to make that a 1 and a 4. Thank you, chat, for noting that. Okay, so this is 1 2. This is 1 2 3. Oh, it's not even a 1 actually. This is just 2 3. So yeah, so this is 1 2 3, of course. One of these two is now a 4. Let's see. One of no. Oh yeah. One of these two is a 4, I guess, is what Selena is saying. I need a 2 in column 8, and it definitely goes here. I agree with that. Thank you to the many chatters who pointed that out. These are a 1 3 pair. This is a 1 2 or 3. I don't think I know which one yet. The 9911 option is looking like it may be what we actually get. Let's see. Can I do something interesting over here? I don't know yet. Yeah, these two add to 13, and so they can't be 9 and 4 is the point. So that is a 9. These are double 1. It's a 4 and a 3 and a 1 and a 3 and a 4. So now these add to 13, and they're not 5 8 either. So these need to be 6 7. So that is a 7 and a 6, and a 6 and a 6 and a 7 and a 2. And so those sum to 9, so this needs to be a 6 in order to make that work. Let's see. So these are a 2 3 again. I can probably mark the rest of the grid and discover that that is a 1 and an 8. That is a 7 and an 8. That is a 9 and an 8 and a 7 and a 9. That seems to be an 8 and a 7, which seems to make that a 6 and an 8. I suspect this last bit is going to be undone by the fact that this is definitely a 6, and by the fact that these need to add to 10, so that is a 2. So that is a 3 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. There we go. Very lovely. Quite a nice puzzle, and I really liked the aesthetic here. The one of my favorite looking grids that I have solved for sure. Very fun. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will come back and I will solve another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back. And I see that Jim has been a member for 14 months. Thank you for your support, Jim. And not only has Jim been a member for 14 months, Jim has gifted 5 of you memberships. So let's see. Those memberships have gone to Jaleb, Emma, Mekti, Emily, and D-Web. So thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. Let me get you a donation dance and a member dance. Woohoo! 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 Waha! Wee! Thank you so much, Jim. Great to have you around the channel always. All right, so I have not done an SSG puzzle in a while, although I think SSG puzzles tend to be some of my favorite they usually are puzzles involving vanilla constraints, although often a lot of vanilla constraints. In this case, we have a ambiguity puzzle by SSG. So we have here each line needing to obey 2 of the following types. I have no idea how we're going to notate this. It's going to be a notational nightmare. But every line is 2 of entropic, German whispers, regions, some lines, and Renbon. So each line is 2. Naverio, eat your heart out, I guess. So I'll go over each of those. Also, welcome to Music is Rubbish, our new subscriber. Hey, Casey, hope you're doing well. We've had several green 5s today. Well, we've had 2 puzzles that featured at least 1 green 5 and 1 puzzle which featured at least 9 green 5s. So you'll be happy that the green 5 count is going well. So here are our rules. So first of all, it's entropic, which is the weirdest. Which says that every string of 3 adjacent digits along the line must have 1 low, 1 middle, and 1 high. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 7, 8, 9. I realize I have to enunciate that carefully, or it just sounds like I'm saying like a weird string of password digits. If I just say 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 1, 7, 8, 9. Probably would not be a good password. German whispers are lines where along the line, as you go along, you have every pair of adjacent digits differ by at least 5. I like David suggests put a circle at each end of the line corresponding to its color. So that works. Yep, that will make sense. Region sum lines need to have the same sum in each region that they go through. So if this were a region sum line, it would say this digit is the same as the sum of these 3 is the same as the sum of these 3. The astute among you will note that does not work. This one also can't be a region sum line because it would, for example, say that these 2 are the same digit. Okay, so, and then a Renbon needs to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. So, like, you could take 4, 5, 6, 7, throw it in a blender, and then spit it out, and that goes on a Renbon. So those are our options. Okay, so there's 4 total options. And this one, as I said to start with, is definitely not a region sum line because these cells sum to at least 21. By virtue of being 6 different numbers. And so if this were a region sum line, this number would have to be at least 10.5. And as Jaleb points out, you cannot be both a German whisper and a Renbon because as soon as you're a length 2 German whisper, you have a number that's less than 5 and a number that's higher than 5. And you can never have a 5 on a German whisper because nothing differs by 5 from 5 as long as you, I mean, I guess if you were going to put a 10.5 in this cell, I guess you could probably dream up something, but at least of traditional Sudoku digits, you can't. And so what that means is this line is always entropic because it's not region sum line, and it can't be both German whispers and a Renbon. So it is either so it's either entropic Renban or entropic German whispers, but it's always entropic for sure. Now, we have that. So now entropic Renban, I think, wouldn't be a problem at all. Entropic German whispers, I think, is going to be a little bit trickier because the only middle digits that go on an entropic line, or sorry, the only middle digits, that is the 4, 5, 6s, the only ones of those that go on a German whisper are 4 and 6, but you can only put a 4 and a 6 sort of at the end of a German whisper because 4 only connects to 9 and 6 only connects to 1. That's one of like 3 secrets about German whisper puzzles. And so you could not have you could not do that because there would have to be a little digit in here, and that doesn't work. Or sorry, there'd have to be a middle digit in these 3, and I can't put one in any of them. So therefore, the point is, this is a long way of saying this is an entropic Renban. And so this is a length 7 Renban, which means these digits are always from 1 to 8, 9. Because when I choose 7 consecutive numbers out of 1 through 9, I either leave out the 1 and the 2, the 8 and the 9, or the 1 and the 9. Now, some of these combinations do not work well. Namely, if I'm missing 1 and 2, then that means the only low digit I have space for on here is a 3. But that doesn't work well because I know one of these 3 is low and one of these 3 is low. So I can't be missing the 1 and the 2, which means I just can't be missing the 2. And actually exactly the same argument works with 8. If you're missing the 8 and the 9, then now you need 2 highs over here, but you only have 7. So actually these are a 1-9 pair. And so now that actually tells me that because all of these are the same entropy, that entropy is mid, because mid is the only entropy that there are 3 of on this line. And so these are 4, 5, 6, and this one's not a 6. So we get a whole bunch out of that, actually. Yeah, that is quite nice. Okay. Now the 1-9 pair potentially be pretty interesting if this were a whisper, but it sort of meanders out of the box in a way that maybe makes it not immediately helpful. Let's see. Yeah, like missing a 1-9 out of these 3 cells certainly doesn't make it hard to be a Renban. Yeah, the N definitely isn't a region sum either, because these 2 would be the same digit. And so I guess that means this is also always entropic, is the point, by the same argument as the beginning, because you can't. It's not a region sum line, and it can't be both a German whispers and a Renban, so it has to be entropic. So we can put our entropic here. So we've got that. So the question is this one an entropic whisper or an entropic Renban again? Let's see. This is length 7 again. So these 3 are one of each. So the only one of these 3 that could be 4, 5, 6 is that one. So if this is a whisper, that's a 4, 5, 6, that's a 4, 5, 6, and that's a 4, 5, 6. Now, naively at least, that looks like it works to me. I was looking to see if there was something with like this 4, 5 and this 4, 5, 6 or something like that. But at the very least, naively, it would work. Oh no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because of this cell not being able to be 1-9. Got it. Okay, gorgeous. Uh, so if this was a whisper, here's the problem. This would be a 4 or a 6, but 4 only goes with 9, 6 only goes with 1. That would make this a 1 or a 9, but it can't be. So this is not an entropic whisper. So it is an entropic renbon again. Wasn't that a nice proof? I thought that was a very nice proof because it used this 1-9. Because the 1-9 being there was very clever. Suggested to me at least that was the issue. So again, same issue as before. There need to be 3 middle digits on it because there are no middle digits I cannot put on this. And so the 3 middle digits actually have to go here. So funnily enough, I could have said these are always middle digits regardless. So that is not a 6. In the end, all lines are entropic renbon. That's possible. Yeah, but the proof without the 1-9s feels less charitable to the setter than the proof with the 1-9s. I would bet the setter intended you to use the 1-9s, but who knows? Let's see. Okay. I'm trying to look to see, like, is there some like collection of 4? In my brain, I have to keep reminding myself that these aren't marking the digits as identical circles, which is what I of course want them to be. I'm trying to like say like, okay, so this 4-5, if this were a renbon, yeah, there's some like the renbons want to have 4-5-6s on them, and I'm kind of running out of 4-5-6s, but I don't think I'm running out of 4-5-6s to such an extent that I can rule out any of these things being a renbon yet. Let's see. Now, it is true that if this is a renbon, it does really tax this column. Because if this is a renbon, it would have to be either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 4, 5, or 5, 6, 7, 8, or 6, 7, 8, 9. Basically, it would eat all of either low or high, or all but one of low or high. Yeah. Remembering we're not ketchuping is also catching me as I sort of think about this in my internal dialogue about the puzzle. Let's see. Can't be region sumline plus whispers. Yeah, if we want to be a region sumline plus whispers, the region sumline plus whispers would not work because we'd have certainly to have those be high, but then this would have to be a 9, 6, 1, 1 in order to possibly work, which does not work. So it's not region sumline whisper. And region sumline renbon is tricky to make work at length 4 because if you think about what these could be, 1, 2, 3 sums to 6, 2, 3, 4 sums to 9. That doesn't work. So the only region sumline combination that could work is region sumline entropic, but that also doesn't work. Because this would assuredly have to be the high, but then that would make this also high, and that is bad because then these would have to be 1, 2, because it would have to be 9, 6, 1, 2, and that doesn't work. So this is just not a region sumline, and so again, it's definitely entropic because of the German whispers renbon combo being broken. So we have that being entropic, and it's either entropic whispers or entropic Renbon. Let's see. Yeah, you can't do a 4-cell entropic Renbon because a 4-cell entropic Renbon would only have 2 middle digits on it and both a high and a low. And in order to make an entropic Renbon, you have a real problem connecting the high and the low without 3 middle digits. So therefore, this is an entropic whisper. And so again, what is the composition of this then? Hey, SSG. Well, these two can't be mid, as previously noted. So these are my 4, 5, 6, and they can't be 5 because they're on a whisper line. And so therefore, this is a 5, and we get our first digit of the puzzle. Boop, 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 boop. Woo! Boop, 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 boop. Whoa! Boop, 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 boop. Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's going to get us a plethora of other digits. So seems to get us those. That's not a 4 and that's not a 4 because remember this is a Renbon. Excellent, Ethan. I'm glad. Yeah, there can never be enough cute penguins, can there? I think the world always needs more cute penguins. So these are both 1, 9, by the way, because they're next to 4, 6 on whispers. Okay. So now what can we do? Can we make some sense of this yet? Maybe not. This is interesting because those two aren't mid. So if this is entropic, these are the two that are mid. In which case, what happens? So it would have to be, so if these two are both, so if this is entropic, these are the two that are mid because all the mids are gone in column 4. It couldn't be an entropic Renbon. It couldn't be an entropic whispers. So it would have to be an entropic region sumline. And assuredly that can't work, right? If these are both mid, assuredly this would have to be high. So we'd have to go mid, high, and then we'd have a mid and a high and 2 lows. I guess a mid, a high, and 2 lows can equal the same as a mid and a high. So actually, I think that works. The 8 in box 5 limits the 7 on the N. Yeah, so the there is an 8 in one of these 3. Yeah, I don't know if it doesn't say if there's a negative constraint, although it would be difficult, but probably not impossible to dream up a line that meets 3 of these, since German whispers and Renbon are mutually exclusive. So it'd have to be a region sumline entropic that's also one of those other 2. Oh, it does say exactly. Oh, it does say exactly. Okay, so we can do weird negative constraint shenanigans. These aren't 5 or 6, I am noticing, for what it's worth. Because they see a 5, 6 pair on the Renbon. So if this is entropic, then weird things happen. Yeah, this line just doesn't have a 6 on it at all because there's no 6 up there and there's no 6 down here. David points out. That's a good point. So there's no 6 on here. So if this is a renbon, it is of necessity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which conveniently could... Oh, it couldn't be a region sum line, actually, because although 4, 5... Oh, wait, no, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doesn't even equal an even number. Don't listen to me when I claim that it could be a region sum line. So if this was a renbon, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could not be a region sum line. It could not be entropic, that's for sure, and it couldn't be a whisper. So that just doesn't work. It can't be a renbon. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doesn't work with anything. So it's not a renbon at all. Entropic whispers. And so entropic whispers, I don't think work. I always have a negative constraint in my ambiguity puzzles, but those are... I haven't made an ambiguity puzzle in a while. I find them rather tricky to sort of like make live up to my standards. And honestly, even though I really liked my old ambiguity puzzles at the time, redoing them, I have not been that big a fan of my old ambiguity puzzles either. Except for Zeta's Nightmare. I liked Zeta's Nightmare. Okay, so I think here's a good point to understand Selena's more general comment about entropic whisper, because yes, okay, there's an easy proof. Sorry, that Selena has a general proof that that would work, but here's the easier one. The only mid available for these is a 5. And you can't put a 5 on a whispers. So if this is entropic, it's not a whispers. It's so if this is entropic, it's a region sum line. So we've said definitely not a renbon, and if it's entropic, it's a region sum line, and if it's not entropic, it's a region sum line. That's cute. So this is always a region sum line. Is the conclusion of that. Yeah, the dynamic duos is a puzzle, like Tristan and I co-solved it, and we came up with this really beautiful and complicated proof of something in the puzzle, which was completely unnecessary. It would have been like a nice 6-star deduction for a puzzle, like maybe 7-star deduction for a puzzle, but it turned out we just hadn't read the rules carefully, and so it was actually quite easy once you did it. So I think it was like a... thing. Okay, so this is either a region sum line entropic or a region sum line German whisper. Oh, I mean, it was a very cool discovery about like some sort of global deduction about how this pairs of lines had to work. Okay. Selena has yet to rate a puzzle 7 stars. Yeah, I haven't done any 7-star puzzles either, but okay, so I know these aren't 5, 6 at the very least. And I know this is either a whisper or entropic. So let's just fill in. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just because there's no 5, 6. So I guess I should ask myself, what's the minimum sum of these cells? The minimum sum of these cells is 2, 3, 5 is 10. So these need to add up to at least 10 for whatever it's worth. So they definitely need a 7, 8, or 9. So there's always a high in here, regardless of whether it is whispers or entropic. One of those is always high. Let's see, Martin has a proof that whisper can work. And entropic, this would have to be a 5, and this would have to be a low and a high. but I think we said previously that that combination works. Interestingly. Do I know something dumb like that there's not an 8 on here ever? I don't think I do. Oh, in fact, actually, Martin gave me an example where there's an 8 on it. One of these two cells is a 6 while I am just making pencil marks to look busy. So the minimum sum for the entropic would be 257. That would be 14. Oh, you can't do 14. Ah, okay. So that is exactly the point, David. So the minimum entropic sum here would be 257, which is 14, and I can't make these two sum to 14 while being entropic, because of the fact that we have gotten rid of the 5 and the 6. So we have that is in fact a whisper. I assuredly don't want two highs on here, so this had better be the one that's high, right? Because if this is two highs, it already sums to more than a high and a low, I believe, right? Yeah, it would be like 7 and 8. In fact, it would be exactly 7 and 8. That's 15. I can't possibly make these two add to 15. So there we go. So this is also high. In fact, it's 7 or 8. These are low. In fact, they have to be a 2-3 pair because that's all that's left. So the 2-3 pair on a whisper tells me that this is definitely an 8. Because of that. And so now I know the sum I'm going for. The sum I'm going for is 13. So I need these to sum to 13. So this can't be a 7. It has to be a 9 and a 4 with a 1 and a 9. So there we go. So these two digits are 5 and 7. So that actually makes that a 6 and that a 5. And that a 6 and that a 4. Going on over there. Oh, this can't be a 5 because that's a 5. So that's 7 and that's a 5 because this is a Renbon, so it can't have repeated digits. Okay. So we've got that. Oh, I can finish the column for whisper. Sure can. I know which number whispers with 4. The 8 is definitely on this Renbon now because the 8 in row 6 is in one of these two cells. And so because the 8 is on this Renbon, the 1 isn't, which now means the 1 in this row is definitely over here. Oh, I actually already knew this was 2 through 8. Never mind. This is a 2 through 8. Oh, this is an entropic line, so I can actually fill in the entropicity of it because this is a high, so that's also high. Sorry, I'm just being silly. Okay, so this is also high, and it's not a 7 or a 9, so it's an 8. And so now these two are both low, and they're a 2-3 pair, is what I know, because this has to be, well, it has to be a Renbon, so they have to be a 2-3. I made that way more complicated than I needed to, but that's okay. That's what we do around here. Okay, so there's a 6 in these two cells just by sudoku, is interesting to note. Oh! So this is not a whisper, because there's a 1 down here and a 6 up here. And if this were a whisper, there would definitely be a 6 with it. So this is never a whisper. And it's not long enough to be an entropic Renbon, because an entropic Renbon, I think we said needs to have, yeah, an entropic Renbon needs to have all 3 middles on it, and this does not have space for 3 of anything on it. So it's not entropic. Sorry, it's not an entropic Renbon. So therefore it is always a region subline, right, is the combo, because it's not a whispers at all. And so it's 2 of 3 of these. And it's not an entropic Renbon, so therefore it's always a region subline. Okay, I had to say that in my head again just to make sure that I believed it. Now, Renbon region sumline seems challenging as well, but I have not, I admit, even contemplated that possibility yet. A Renbon region sumline would have to be something like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it actually can be. Yeah, it can be the... but that would also be a 10 line, which would break the negative constraint, right? Yeah, so it can actually be either sort of combo, I believe. Maybe it's actually not possible that it's a region sumline and a entropic line. That I have not attempted to contemplate. I guess if this is going to be an entropic line, this is going to have to be a 6-7 pair. That doesn't sound great, right? If this is a 6-7 pair and I have to put a high in here. Yeah, this it's actually the other one is not possible, right? Because a 6-7 pair here, and the minimum I can make the sum of a high, a middle, and a low is 7, 4, 1. I guess that's only 12, so I guess technically it's possible. Maybe I assume this breaks in some fashion. Regardless, but we will see. Maybe I am wrong. Let's see. Could write in what these digits are. That's probably a good idea. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, not 6. 7. 2, 3, 4, 7. So no 4 here. So that's already sort of an interesting pairing of things. So this isn't a whisper either, actually, because I can't have... Oh, no, sorry, this could be 2-7. Sorry, 2-7. It would have to be 2-7 if it was a whisper. I'm being encouraged to do sudoku on 8s. So there is an 8 there. There is an 8 up here. That might be all I can do on sudoku on 8s. So if this is a whisper, it has to be 2-7 exactly, which is very interesting. Let's see. Jim points out this cell actually sees 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is always from 1, 2, 3, which is surprising and interesting. So there's 1, 1, 2, 3 up here. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's a 9 up here as well, is what AFK is pointing out. And so is it possible that these two things are an 8-9 pair? And so if these two things are an 8-9 pair... Oh, sorry, Screaming Ice Cube. If these two things are an 8-9 pair, well, then it definitely is not a German Whispers or an entropic, so it would have to be a region sumline Renbon. However... there's no way it could be a region sumline. That does not work, because I would need to put a 17 here, and 17 doesn't go on a Renbon with an 8 and a 9 unless the length is longer than this. So therefore, this isn't always actually one of the 8 or the 9s. You do both have the same windmill. That is true. Yeah, the windmill slowly upgrade as you are members for longer. So thank you for being members long enough to be pink windmills. But then my brain sees the pink windmill and misreads it. Let's see. So if this is indeed entropic, I don't really know what to do with this. Oh yeah, and you've even got a brown circle with an S or an A as your YouTube thing. So you have a my dyslexic brain that ignores the letters in things can easily overlook the symbols there. Okay. So there's definitely N, 8, or 9 on here. Listexic, yes, similar, something like that. Can I just say there has to be a 7 in one of these two cells? What is there? What is this line if there's no 7 in either of these two cells? It's definitely not a whisper. And it couldn't be a region sum line, because if there's no 7 in either of these cells, then these would sum to much too little, because they would sum to something less, and I know there's an 8 or 9 here. So if there's no 7 here, it's not a whisper and it's not a region sum line, so it would have to be an entropic Renbon, and this is too short to be an entropic Renbon. Okay, so there has to be a 7 in one of these two cells, which tells me that there's a 7 here by sudoku. I think that probably did absolutely nothing, but it was a cute deduction, so I went with it. Okay, so there's a 1, 2, 3 up here, and there's a 5 up here for whatever that is worth. This is a 4, 6 in the universe that this is a Renbon. Okay, agent is looking at this line, the row 3 column 5, this line, and asking where, if it's a Renbon, it needs to have 4, 5, and 6 on it. But if you look at it, these cells can't be, sorry, it doesn't need to have necessarily all of 4, 5, and 6 on it, because it doesn't have to be entropic. But if it's a Renbon, then you'll notice none of these cells can be 4, 5, or 6. This cell can be exactly 4, and this cell could be 5 or 6. But it would be a length 5 Renbon, so it would need 5 and 1 of 4 and 6. So this would have to be 5 and 4, no 6. It would have to be 1, 2, 3 for the rest of it. It's slightly, which would break the 8, 9 sudoku. It's slightly, oh yeah, it has an 8 or a 9. Sorry, there's an easier way to say it the other way around. The other way around is to say, this has a 7 and an 8 or a 9 on it. So it definitely needs a 5 and a 6 as a length, if it's a length 5 Renbon. And the 5 and the 6, if I zero in on those specifically, can only go there by sudoku. Okay, that's a much less windy way of saying what I said. So yeah, so I agree. This is not a Renbon. Okay, so it's not a Renbon. And if it's a region sum line, the sum is 9. And this would have to be 8, 1, 9 there. So, oh, and entropic whispers, those two couldn't be middle, so this would have to be the middle one. So if this is an entropic whispers, this would have to be middle, and that doesn't work. So yeah, so entropic whispers does not work. That one breaks cleanly. So it's not a Renbon and it's not an entropic whispers, so therefore it is a region sum line. And if it is a region sum line, then I know the 9 is here. These are a 1, 8, and this is a 9, regardless of anything else. Because of the fact that that's just how math is going to work. So these are a 1, 5. Oh, and actually we know the order. That's the 5 and that's the 1. And these are a 2, 7. And so that's the 3 and that's the 4. And so, right. And so now it can't be entropic because it has no middle digits on it. So it better be an entropic whispers. Oops. And an entropic whispers certainly goes like that. just by virtue of that. Oh, I could have filled in this 2 as soon as I filled in that, but I didn't. But I got there anyway, so enjoy. All right. Beautiful. Row 9, column 5. Screaming Ice Cube points out. It really was Screaming Ice Cube, by the way. Cannot be low. So this digit is high. And in fact, it is actually a naked 7. And so actually, if I look back here, now this is the other high for the row. This is an 8. And these are a 2-3 pair. And I think inexplicably, I don't know the order of my 2-3 pair, but it is a 2-3 pair nonetheless. So we'll try and enjoy it for what it is. Also, these 2 are now known. They seem to be 4 and 6. So this can't be entropic. And it's definitely a region sum line. It's not entropic. It's not a whisper. Yeah, 4-6. I said 4-6 is not entropic. It's also equally not a whisper, so it is a renbon. Yeah, it was a naked 7 just by sudoku. I figured that out and then was a little disappointed, but it was still cool. So here is our whisper renbon. Here is our stuff. This is now a naked 9, actually. Per that. Martin, I see, saw that more impressively than I did, because I saw it by filling in the candidates, but Martin said it in chat before I filled in the candidates. Let's see. Okay, this one's not a 3 because of the 2-3-5 triple again. Where's the other 4-6 in column 2? This is a weird question that you learn to ask. The other 4-6 in column 2 is here. Oh, and the other 4-6 in column 2 is here, and it's not a 6. So that's a 4, and that's a 6. That's a 4. If I'd have asked that as where is the 6 in column 2, it would have been way less impressive. This is a 1 or a 7, but visibly it's not a 7. So that is a 1 and then a 7. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that actually if we'd have done this in a slightly easier order, it would have been better. So this now can't be entropic. And remember, it can't be entropic, and it can't be a whisper renbon, so it's always a region sum line. So we can fill in that it's a region sum line, right? And so therefore it's a region sum line renbon, because that is a 3 and that's a 2. 3, 2, 1 is not a whisper. Spoiler. So that is a 5 and a 1 and a 2. That is a 3 and a 2. Yeah, I could have used stuff like in chat. People noted there's no line that ever has 2 1s on it. No line combo that ever has 2 1s on it. Which is fair. Okay, and so now I can probably just mark the rest of the grid, maybe? Let's fill in 7, 9, 7, 5, 8, 3, 9. Oh, I realized there was a clue I haven't used yet. Okay, so those are a 6, 8 pair, and that's a 9, apparently. Let's see, that is not a 7, that's not a 7 or a 9. Okay, 3, 8. Okay, so apparently these are a 2, 7 pair. For what it's worth, which sounds whispery to me, but it doesn't necessarily have to be whispery. Let's see. Or does it have to be whispery? Okay, so if this was entropic, what would have to happen is that this would have to be middle, and that would have to be middle. It's definitely not a renbon, because you can't have 2 and 9 on a renbon in this length. Yeah, so it's not a renbon because 2 and 9 are too far apart. Yeah, and it's not entropic whisper because this would be a 6. So if it's not a renbon and it's not entropic whisper, then it's definitely a region sum line. So the minimum sum here is 12, I guess. Sorry, not 12. More than that. Anyway, this can't be a 2 even by the region sum line alone, was the point. So these are that. And yes, so these two sum to this cell because these two sum to 9 is a good way to think about it. I was doing that slightly more complicatedly in my head. So these are either 1, 3, but if these are 1, 3, that destroys the world, because if these are 1, 3, this can't be entropic or a whisper. And then it's also not a renbon, and that's too many things it isn't. So this isn't a 4, this is a 6. Which makes these 1, 5 if you look at it. And now we're certainly doing entropic things and not whisper things because we put a 5 on it. 8, 6, 4, 1, 6, 3, 8. Let's see. The 1 here by entropicity tells me that has to go there. So 4, 2, 3, 5, 7, 5, 2, 3, 1, and 6. Very nice SSG. And I think this was set for a speed setting competition, right? Do I remember reading that right? Because this was set for a the first version was made for a speed setting thing, because this doesn't feel like a speed set puzzle. It feels very very smooth overall. So I was quite impressed by this. So very neat steps all the way through. Certainly easier with German whispers than Dutch whispers. How many terms have we invented as a community? That's a good question. Yeah, the Zach Wing, I suspect, is another thing that I see sometimes appear outside of these things. I don't think humanable is from this. Oh, sorry. Yeah, humanable I think is from Sudoku, but not from me specifically. Let's see. The original version had a worse disambiguation of that. Yeah, often the disambiguation is the worst. Is the worst part to sort of figure out in one of these puzzles, especially when you have a whole bunch of things there. Oh, good luck with Shadow of the Erd Tree. I am stuck on a boss that is horrible. I've killed a few bosses though, but good luck. Hopefully you do better than I did. Yeah, but very nice puzzle, SSG. Very cool. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'll think of other puzzle community terms in the meantime. Yeah, but anyway, I will be back in a moment. So see you all in just a bit. All right, welcome back. Florian Vortman has set a mini pack of 6x6s. And I do love mini packs of 6x6s, so we're going to do this. So I think this is 6x6s, which we might be able to finish today, depending on how kind Florian has been. I admit I found this sort of black dot just hovering over the grid kind of ominous. I was a little afraid what the giant black orb was going to be, but it turns out upon reading the rules that it is a Kropke dot. So let's read this. So a number, possibly 2 digits, outside the grid is the sum of the first X cells in the corresponding row or column, where X is the digit in the cell nearest the clue. So we have sort of X sums outside the clue, or outside the grid. It is just literally X sums, right? It calls it edge sums, but it's X sums. It is the same as X sums, right? Digits joined by an X sum to 10, digits joined by a V sum to 5. These numbers have a 1-to-2 ratio, and this number is even. Okay, so, and you can clearly see all the outside of the grid, so that's good. So we know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, this is 6, 7, 8, 9, because these two sum to 5. But this certainly isn't a 1, because the first digit in this direction definitely doesn't sum to 9. It's not 1, that's not 4, that's not 9. 2, 8 works. 4 doesn't work either, because the first 4 digits in this direction definitely don't sum to 6, because 4 digits sum to at least 10. So that's not a 4, that's not a 1, that's not a 6. So we either have 2 digits summing to 8 or 3. 3 doesn't work either, because of the X sum joke. Because 3 here makes the sum 7, and then you need to make these 3 digits sum to 7. And if you make 3 digits sum to 7, those digits are 1, 2, and 4. And 1, 2, and 4 have the problem that none of them are 3. So therefore, this is a 2. And we get to bring Zach out for the 2 dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that is a 3 and 8, and that makes that a 1 and a 6. In order to do that. Yes, Tristan has a wise point, which is that if I had ever thought to look at the fact that this digit needs to be bigger than this digit, it would have been instant what was going on. But alas, I did not think of that, and so we are there. These two sum to 10. This digit can't be a 1 for what it's worth, because if this is a 1, the sum is not even. Okay, so I guess it's worth noting that these numbers are from 3, 4, 5, 6, which means these numbers are at least 6, and one of them is at least 12 in terms of how that sum works out. So in particular, neither of these can ever be a 6. Because if I put a 6 in either of these, I add all the numbers and I get 21. And 21 is too big and too odd, because 21 would have to be the smaller number and the other would have to be 42. That doesn't work. So these are certainly from 3, 4, 5. By the way, these are also from 3, 4, 5. So I feel like I did this math in a Doomdiat puzzle the other day, basically. So let's see, 5 would sum to somewhere between 15 and 20. 3, actually, but I think 3, 5 is possible. So yeah, so I don't think I can quite do this, but people are telling me I can indeed do this. So these numbers down here, if neither of them is 1, we have a problem, which is that if neither of these numbers is 1, then they're at minimum 2, 3, which means they're summing at least this many cells. But this many cells already adds to more than 10 because 4 cells add to 10. So I can't add all of these in one more thing. So I need a 1 in one of these 2 cells, and that 1 has to go there, which makes that a 1 and that a 9. And now 2 is too small and 4 is too big, so this has to be a 3. And so now these sum to 9 in 3 without a 1, so these are 2, 4. Which makes that a 5 and that a 6. Very nice. Makes that a 6 just by sudoku. Oh, it can even be a big 6. These are 2, 4, 5 for what it's worth. These are 2 and 5, so that actually sorts out that this is 4 and 2. These are 1 and 3, and these are 4 and 5 over there. So we've got all of that. So all of that is good. Okay, now how on earth? Okay, so yeah, so I actually can ask myself now, what are the 2 options? If this is a 4, the sum is 14. And that doesn't work for the same reason, the same joke, the 3, 7 joke. Because if this is a 4, the sum is 17. Sorry, the sum is 14, and I can't make this sum to 7 because you can't do a x sum starting with 3 that adds to 7, and I certainly can't make it 28. So this isn't a 4. This is a 3, which makes this a 4. See, I knew the joke would pay off. Okay, so this sum here is now at maximum 12. Well, it can't be 12, because if I make it 12, I would need to make the sum in this column 6 or 24, both of which definitely don't work. So I need to make this a 2 and then a 5, and so the sum is 9. And ergo, this sum needs to be 18. And very cleverly, I can't make this a 5, because if this is a 5, then those 5 sum to 18, which means this cell needs to be a 3. 21 minus 18 is 3, but that would put 2 3s in the row. So in fact, this is a 4. These sum to 18, which means these sum to 3. So that is a 2 and a 1 over there. And so this is a 9, and this is an 18. Let's see, what are these? These are 3, 5, 6, and so that is a 3, a 5, and a 6. These are 4, 5, 6. These are 3, 4, 5. These are 1, 2, 3. Oh, well, this isn't a 6, because if this were a 6, the sum would not be even. I previously said if it was a 1, the sum would not be even. But if it's 6, the sum won't be even either. So, in fact, that's the 6, which gives me the 5 and the 6 up there. These are 1, 3, 4. And these are 1, 2, it would seem. If this is a 4, that needs to be a 1. Oh, if this is a 5, the sum doesn't work either, because if this is a 5, the sum is now 15. So that's 4. That's a very clean disambiguation for this. 5. So now these 4 need to have an even sum, so these 2 need to have an odd sum, so that needs to be a 1. 1, 3, 1, 2, 4. Very nice. Was it you, AFK, that had the series of X sum puzzles that only gave whether the sum was odd or even, or was that someone else? I remember those showing up on Cracking the Cryptic around the time I was starting. I think it might have been you, but I might be misremembering. All right, so so that was number 1. So let's jump on to number 2. Oops, I cannot do that though. That will screw up everything. Number 2, open link in new tab. There we go. Okay, so now we get to go to Barbados. Oh, sorry, Tristan needs me. Let me take a quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back. Good news. I think I have become the owner of a grill. So that is exciting. Uh, ba, 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 ba. Okay, the gray square contains an even digit. These are consecutive. Not all dots are given. Oh, this is the evil wording. So it may be necessary that there's a dot that is not given. Probably not. Each cell containing a circle is the head of a parity snake, whose length is the digit in the circle. A parity snake is a non-branching, one-cell wide path of orthogonally connected cells of the same parity, which may or may not orthogonally touch itself or other cells of matching parity. A snake may not have 2 heads and may be a single cell. Okay, so single cell snakes, very interesting. So there's sort of 2 universes. This is either 2 through 5, 2 through 6 or 1 through 5. So this is always a 1 or a 6. And in those 2 universes, we know that this is either a 3 or a 4. Oops, 3 or 4. Just for that. And these are either, and I'm not going to write in, maybe I will write in all of this, who knows, but these are either a 2-6 pair or a 1-5 pair. So I guess the thing I know is actually that 1 and 6 are always in the top row. So 1 and 6 are always over down here. Okay. Let's see. So if this were length 2, it would consume all the evens for the box. Or in fact, if this is even at all, it would consume all of the evens for the box. And would have to leave the box through here. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, that's actually interesting. It's probably worth it for purposes of parity to note that these cells are all the same parity. And so this digit here, if it's even, it can't be a 6. Because if it's 4, it will force all of that to work. So this could be a 2 or a 4 if it's even. Oh, and it also can't be 5 or 6. Same thing happens. Yeah, well, if it were 6, Emma, I guess all I'm really saying is it's not 6, because if it's 6, then I'm forced to do this, but now I can't go any further. I could do that, but then I would still be capped at 4, right? So I don't think this can be larger than 4. 3 is going to be pretty tricky too. Can't be 5 cells and have an even digit in it, Emma, because it's not, the parity snakes aren't alternating parity. The parity snakes are same parity. At least when I read it, that's what I swear it said. See, I just can't ever, like, no snake can ever cross these lines is the point. So this is where snakes go to die. But this seems like it can grow other places. Yeah, can't ever cross white dots either. This is tricky, I feel like. Like, I think I could even do something crazy like this, I think. So I don't think there's any intrinsic objection to a 6 long snake anywhere. I know there's a 1-6 over here. Row 1, column 1 isn't 2 by circle in snake length. Is there a rule that says the snake is never extendable? Because I feel like I could do an even, right? Can't I do even? Why would it force it to take a third cell? Or other cells of matching parity. I see. Also, when I read this out loud, I read which may orthogonally touch itself or other cells of matching parity, which did not help. So this may not do those things. So this can't be a 2. I agree. Okay. So the tail of the snake needs to be a cell like this that's sort of completely surrounded by death, basically. So if this is a 1, all 3 of these are even. Is, I guess, the moral of the story. I don't know if that's interesting. It would, of course, make this odd. So if this is odd, this is odd. If this is even, this is... Okay, so this is always odd. If this is odd, it's a... Oh, sorry. No, this could be a 3. In which case that doesn't work. Sorry, I was going to say this is always odd, but this can be even if this is a 3. But 1 or 4 both make this odd, for what it's worth. Let's see. That's a weird rule set. So yeah, if this goes left or right, then assuredly these are the I think the 4 looks like one of those. Oh, actually, that combo doesn't actually work. So that doesn't work. So if this is a 4, it's not that. If this is a 4, it has to be that, because this actually would make a snake that had a problem. So it'd have to be that exactly. So 4 would make this all of the evens. But that would make row 3, column 2 a 4. Yes. So because of the weird negative constraint, this being a 4 doesn't work like that, because now this snake has 2 problems. And so if this is a 4, it would look like this. But now these are the 2 even digits that aren't 4, and this needs to be a 4. That doesn't work either. Okay, so that is a great spot, that there's a connection between these 2 digits if this is a 4. So this is not a 4. This is always a 1 or a 3. So I guess I can mark it's always odd. And this is never part of it, right? This is always even, I believe, because if this is a 1, then both of these are even. I guess I can also mark that as even. And if it's a 3, it can't go that way. So this is actually also always even. Which means actually, because this is an even odd pair, it means both of those are odd. For what it's worth. So we've got that. Okay. Right. This being even. Could it be a 6? I think this could be a 6. Sorry, I misread AFK's comment. I thought AFK was talking about row 1, column 3. No, this is so if this is a 3. Yes, if this is a 3, it looks like that, and now all of these are even, and this is a double head, or this is a snake that's head is in the middle. So this isn't a 3, it's a 1. Yep, agree. Which makes this even. Which makes both of these odd. And now because these are 1 of each, that makes both of these even. I don't usually do dances for 6x6s. Dorlier is the usual tradition. Sometimes. Column 4 is even. Right. So this is an odd snake, so it continues down here. So therefore that is even. Also, oh no, sorry, I was going to say 1 isn't, or this isn't a 1, so it's at least 3, so it continues down there potentially, but I don't think that matters. Yeah, this can't be larger than 3, I don't think. Emma points out, I believe that. Of course, these are a 3-5 pair. Is the fact that these are a 3-5 pair, does that tell me something about this white dot? It does. It tells me this white dot has a 1 on it. Right. So that actually resolves what the fact that this is a 3-5 pair actually tells me. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's a 6. Because a white dot needs an odd number, and it's not a 3 or a 5. The only one left is 1. So that is very nice. So these are the odds. These are the evens. So we get all of that going in. We can probably get rid of the red X's now that we have that all filled out. So 1, 5, 6. So now this can't be a 3 anymore, I don't think, because it's not branching and does not touch anything else. So this is a 2, which then makes this the last odd. Oh, I guess I already knew that was the last odd for the box anyway, so I could have done that before, and then it would have been easier. Anyway, that's a 6. Now for sure. This is always even now, regardless of what happens because of the snake, which makes both of these odd. Okay, so if this is a 5, now it looks like this. If this is a 3, then that's even. For whatever that is worth. This is a 3, by the way. I don't know why I didn't fill that in. So we've got all of that. Let's see. What else have we? Is there something wrong with that combo? Would be a 3. And a 1, 5. I don't see anything immediately wrong with that. If this is orange, then assuredly it's either that or that, both of which look okay to me. If this is blue, yeah, this is assuredly not a 2. I guess that's a good point. So if I just sort of write in all the naive possibilities, it's definitely not a 2 because this is definitely longer than that. And if this is even, so is this, which makes all of these odd. Six also breaks, I'm being told. Yes, 6 also breaks because if this is a 6, I'm forced to do that, except none of these digits are 6. Which is then a problem. So that is not a 6 either. So yeah, the snake either does that or does that. Oh no, I was going to say something like the parity of this sort of varies. These two always have opposite parity, I guess, is the point. But that seems more complicated than I probably want to notate at this particular moment in time. Yeah, so the version where this is 4 makes this a 6. Trying to figure out, like, it would be really nice to know these were a 3-5 pair for sure. I feel like that would at least tell me a little bit, but yeah, that's the kind of thing I was looking at AFK, but I'm a little hesitant to go too far down that road because it feels like that is the way that madness lies, but who knows? Let's see. Yeah, this is a 2 or a 4 because I can write in that these are 2, 3, 4. Cannot be 5s. It would touch the snake in box 6. But the snake in box 6 would be even. I don't have a rule that snakes can't touch each other, right? I don't think there's a rule of prohibition against snakes touching. Snakes can't touch themselves. So I think 5 is okay, unfortunately. Unless I am missing a rule. Let's see. If this isn't a 1, it's rather large. Is that at all interesting? Like, this assuredly can't be a 6, right? Uh, uh, because this can't, if this is even, it can't take any of those cells. Uh, 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 but I agree that it's a little suspicious what happens if this is a 5. It does make this even and this even. Yeah, that does break because immediately it actually comes over here. Okay, so yeah, this can't be 5 for the somewhat convoluted reason that if it's 5, all of these are orange, so these are both blue, but this needs to be at least 4, which means it's sort of forced to come over here, but now my snake is 7 long, and 7 is too big. So this is never a 5. I agree with that. It feels like that can't be the intended point, but it is a point, and I will take it. Yeah, no snake can have more than 3 cells per box. There wasn't a snake there that had more than 3 cells per box, I don't think, but oh, you mean that one. Okay, sorry. You were saying this version over down here, that was going to have that. Yep, there we go. Yep, that snake was going to be a real problem, right? Yeah, so if this is a 3, it's going to make these both even. Is that going to be interesting at all? I was just noting if this was a 3, it's going to make that a 5 in a really complicated way. Let's see. Yeah, so if this is a 4, this isn't 2. If this is a 3, this is odd because of the fact that both of these are even. So yeah, now that this can't be 5, this cell is never 2. Which feels like an incredibly minuscule deduction, if I'm honest. They are always the same digit, that's true. Because in both cases, if this is a 3, then it makes both of these even, which makes this a 3. And if this is a 4, then it also makes this the last even in the column. So yeah, so we can... This seems horrible, but we can do that. So yeah, if it's a 3, the last circle is also 3. That's true. Version where this is 4 forces both of those to be odd. This 4 cells collection always has 2 things of one parity and 2 things of the other parity is a very weird deduction, but because of the way the snake works, this is always 2 odds and 2 evens collectively. I agree with Globaglob. This is always even because in the odd snake, this is just directly even. In the even snake, this needs to be the only odd, so this is always even, so it's never 3. Let's see. Okay, so if this is a 3, it makes this a 5. Oh, and now I have no places for odd digits, right? Basically, just this is a... Wait, no. Sorry, I was saying something that's wrong. I do agree with Emma. This cell's always odd, actually. Regardless of whether this is doing the 4 thing or whether this is a 3 and that's a 5. But yeah, I don't quite see why it breaks if we do those as orange. And then these would be blue and that would be orange. I guess we can pencil mark this. So I think we've already noted this can't be 6. 5 also seems tricky. Okay, so the 3-5 version makes that also odd. I'm just going through AFK's point. Which makes this even, so it would be a 4, but it can't be. Okay, yeah, I can. That's a gross look ahead, but I can see it. Because this circle now has to be even. Yeah, I feel like this puzzle, we have not found the intended logic in this puzzle at all, because we have, everything we've done has been disgusting, basically. But yeah, so if this is a 3, just to walk you through this, if this is a 3, it's that, and then this is a 5, and now these are all even because they touch those, so that's the last odd, and now we ask ourselves what's going on with this, and it can't be 4, and it can't be odd, because if it was odd, it would be pulled up here, and that doesn't work. So it does not work. So this can't be a 3, it is a 4. I'm sure there is an elegant proof of that. I do not know what the elegant proof is. Because I'm confident it is not that. So we have that being orange. There is a 2 and a 6 and a 2 and a 4 and a 3. Let's see. So this has become a 3 in that process. So we have all of that. Let's see. Oh, box 2, I can place the 5 there. And now I can place the 3 here and the 1 there. So that's not a 1. That's not a 5. It is a 1 or a 6. If this is a 1, it makes that a 4, which is definitely something that does not work, as previously noted. So this has to be a 6, regardless of what that is, which makes this a 5 and that a 1. Seems like 1 should work, and 4 can't work, as this would not be 4. So this is a 1. And so therefore this is a 4, and that's even. So this is a 4 and a 6 just because of Sudoku. So that's a 4 and a 6. These are both odd. So that is even, and it is a 2, and we've got all the evens in the grid now, and so that's a naked 5 and a 1, and that is a 3 and a 5. I don't know what was supposed to happen there. That was kind of a disaster. I really feel like, yeah, the fact that this ended up being a 1 makes it feel like that wasn't the intended thing for us to look at, but everything we did sort of involved this. I don't know. I'm curious. If Florian watches this and wants to point out in the comments or on the Discord the thing that we missed, I would be happy to see it. Okay, let us look at the next one. Ooh, a mean mini region sums. Okay, so we need to select 6 digits from 0 to 9 and place them once each in every row, column, and box. So this is the mean version of mean mini even, where 0 is an option. White dot digits are consecutive. Box borders divide blue lines into segments with the same sum. Okay, so we know that 0 is one of the digits because this can't be, if there was no 0 in the puzzle, these would need to sum to at least 10, and 10 is not one of my options. So there's assuredly a 0 there and assuredly a 0 there for the same reason. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if there's a 0 there. Yet, at least. There's no 0 here. Well, sorry, there's no 0 there. There's maybe a 0 here would be okay. But if this was a 0, that would break that. That's certainly not a 0. So these two are each not 0. So the 0 in this box is in one of these 4 spots, which doesn't feel incredibly fruitful, but it would be very nice if I could rule 0 out of like that cell or something. Actually, out of both of these would be very nice because it would at least sort of force a 0 up here. That's a good point. So I can do a little bit of coloring, Josh points out. Like this cell can't repeat on this line, or it would have to go with 3 zeros. So by Sudoku, it is there. And so now, similar logic, this yellow cell is there by same point. And now the yellow cell could be here, but only if that's a 0. The yellow could be in one of either of those two. And the really natural thing would be for this to be yellow, but I don't know if it is necessarily. By the region sum line. Sadly, no, because that could be a 0. which would tragically ruin that, if only. Let's see. That seems deliberate. I'm curious if there's a way to extend it. Probably is. Like, I guess this cell we can do a similar thing with, although we don't know if it's yellow or not. But this cell similarly can't repeat on this line, so that cell goes there, at least, I know. So, of course, the world where this is yellow and all of these things are yellow would make a lot of sense. I guess it's worth noting, I know that these things are at least 6. So this is always 6, 7, 8, 9 for whatever that is worth. And we can just get away with putting a 6, 7, 8, 9 on this length 4 line if we make it 6, 1, 2, 0, unfortunately. This number, unfortunately, we only know is at least 3. Okay, I know that number's not there. Do I know that 0 is on this line, Selena? Emma says this digit is on the line in box 6. Why can't it go there? Oh, right. This digit is definitely, okay, so this digit, whether it's yellow or not, is definitely on here. Which means it's not red. Okay, so there we go. Okay, that is the point. Okay, so Emma's point here is that this digit, it goes in one of these 2 cells, so therefore it goes in one of these 2 cells. But that now means it's on this line, which sums to red, but there's a non-zero number on this line, so this number isn't red. So this number can be red X. It's true, and it's not 9, which means there's a 1 in this mess of things. There's a red X in one of those. There's a red X in one of these. So we've got that. That doesn't still quite tell me exactly how yellow works. Oh, wow, that is way better. Yeah, that would have been way smarter. To note, so we've got these sort of 3 characters floating around so far. For what it is worth. Like, this could very well be yellow. Right. This has a... Okay, I really should fill that in. Right. This has this red X on the line. And so that does mean this is from 789 for sure. So this number is big. So there are 2 pretty large numbers involved in this story. This 6, 7, 8 can only go here if it's a 6 and there's a 1 and a 2 here. Let's see. Yeah, the red circle now can't go on this line, so the red circle is in one of those. Which means the red circle is in one of these. Let's see. I didn't quite understand your point, Selena, about zeros. I think you were claiming there had to be a zero on here, but I'm not 100% sure. There was something about zeros and a Zakwing on zeros, but I couldn't follow it. Let's see. Row 4, column 1 is equal to row 1, column 1 plus row 2, column 1. Because these sum to yellow plus yellow, and these sum to yellow plus yellow. So these two are, so this cell has the same sum as those two. Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, very weird virtual arrow. I'm going to make those blue just for Selena's arrow. So 0 can't be in the virtual arrow, right, is the point. So, because if this sums to the sum of those two, there can't be a 0 in any of those. So therefore, one of these is 0. So there's no 0 down here. So the box 1 line does have a 0, I suppose, although now it's unexciting. But it's true. Okay, so red circle, yeah, red circle in box 1 is still in one of those two places. Yeah, I definitely can't. Okay, so I definitely can't have 3 high numbers, 3 numbers higher than 6. And so the 2 numbers I have that are higher than 6 are these two. If I have 3 numbers that are higher than 6, oh, maybe it's still okay. I could have 3 if both of these are 1 and I put 1 on here and it's a 6 with a 1, 2. No, that runs out of numbers. If I have 3 high numbers, the only way I could make this work is with 6, 1, 2, but then 3 high numbers and then 0, that's 7 numbers. That doesn't work. So there's only 3 high numbers. Sorry, there's only 2 high numbers, and it's these two. So one of these two is yellow. So that is worth noting. So one of them is yellow. We just have to decide which one. Red circle in column 2 is in one of these two cells. We've said that before. Circle is the bigger number. I agree with that as well. Because circle, because red X shows up on this. So circle, right. So circle can never be on this line because it's the bigger of the two. So the circle's over here. We've said that before too. And then circle can't go here either. Right. Okay, so circle is yellow is the point. Okay, and so the point here, the ultimate point here is that circle is the bigger of X and circle. And so if I try and put it on here, that doesn't work because yellow is one of X and circle. And so when I chase circle up through these boxes, it ends up being yellow. Okay, so circle is yellow. And this can be purple. And so if that's purple, then now that means that's purple. The last yellow is placed there, which places a 0 here. Because this plus this is equal to yellow. So we've got this 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I'll go back to Selena's and explain Selena's point from before. This digit is not yellow, so it's one of these 3 digits in column 1. However, if this digit is one of these 2, then these 2 add to blue, but so did these 2. And so the problem is that that there's a repeat digit then in this column. So this can only be that, which means this is 0. So we have that. Yeah, pink is the smaller and yellow is the bigger. So so pink doesn't have a 9. Yellow is not 6. At the very least. See, Emma says pink can't be blue. Because then blue would be a number that was bigger than pink and wasn't yellow, right? Right. Pink is the second highest digit in the puzzle is a good way to put it from AFK. So when I look at pink in this box, it certainly can't go there. So pink always has to go there. For what it is worth. Yeah, and I know one of these 2 is pink. I know one of these is... Oh, no, I don't know that that's not pink. Sorry. That could be pink. If pink is on here, it's tight, but it works as 0, 1, 2, 6. I think. Actually, is that too many digits? No, I think that's just enough, right? 0, 1, 2, 6, 9. 0, 1, 2, 6, 9. Actually, that I think leaves a digit to spare, if I counted that correctly. Yeah. If pink goes in the blue square in box 3, then yellow equals pink by the long lines in box 3 and box 4. Ah, yes, 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 that's true. Yep, okay, yeah, so if that's gorgeous, Carl. So if pink goes here, then these two are, of course, have the same sum as these. But now that means that these have the same sum, except that one's yellow and that one's pink. So this one's not pink. So pink actually goes here in the column. And so now, in order that pink actually does appear here, we need it to be 6 with 0, 1, 2, and 9. So 6, 6, 6, 6, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. So we've got all of that happening now. The yellow and the purple. Oh, there's another 6, I'm told. Yeah, there is one more 6. It is there. Oh, am I missing a 0? Yeah, 0 in column 2. Yeah, the 0 in column 2 is on the dot. So that means that this is 0, 1. Which means there's a 2 here, which means there's a 2 over here in the column. Yes, this region sum line needs a 3. Because I know this is 0 and something. It's not 0 and 1. 6 plus 0 plus 1 is not 9. So in fact, as soon as this is 0 or 1, it's 0, and that's 3. And now we know all the numbers in the puzzle because we know these are 1 and 2. And so now that's a 3 just by sudoku. So no 1s go over here. We can unmark the 0s. That is a 1. That's a 3. That's a 2. So these are either a 1-2 pair, which they're not, or they're a 0-3 pair. So we have that. So again, there is a 0 on this dot. The 0 has to go with a 1. So it has to go like that. Oops, sorry, 0, 1. Which gives me a 2 and a 0. Oops. I somehow hit the wrong button. Okay, so this is a 2. This is a something. This is a 3. This is a 1 or 2 as well. I guess I should fill in the... Okay, these are also a 1 or a 2. So that's a 2. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1 and a 2. This is a 3, and that is a 1. That was quite an interesting journey there. I really liked Carl's final point. I'm glad we did this with Carl's point, because I think Carl's point was the intended way to solve the puzzle. I think we were getting a little sidetracked into the muck, but I think Carl's point was actually really elegant and actually fit very well with the Selena math that was discovered earlier. Because sort of like Selena had the first sort of observation that there was interesting box math, and then it was just apply that interesting box math to these 2 boxes in addition to these 2 boxes, and then that did it. So I think that was, I think, the intended theme of the puzzle, at least to the extent that I attempt to psychoanalyze what setters intended in puzzles, sometimes successfully, sometimes less successfully. This next one is called Skyscraper Lines. That is slightly frightening to hear as a title for a puzzle. Okay, so Skyscraper Lines. Couldn't we just solve this as a 10 lines puzzle? It seems nicer to solve this as a 10 lines puzzle. They're even good old CD 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 as a color, I think. Okay, so digits in the grid represent skyscrapers of that height. Yes, famously, skyscrapers are one of AFK's favorite 5 to 7 outside clue types, and we found a way to put them inside, apparently. Higher skyscrapers obscure smaller or equally high skyscrapers. A digit on an end of a line indicates the number of visible skyscrapers along the line, not including itself, from that digit's point of view. So I guess that means these numbers are at most 3, if you look at it, because it's not including itself. So if I look at this, there's only 3 other cells. Hey, Jay, how are you doing? If this were a 3, that doesn't work, because if this is a 3, it says it sees that cell, but there's no way it sees that cell, because that cell is a 1 or a 2, as I continue looking along the line. So this can't be a 3, and that can't be a 3. Actually, in fact, exactly the same thing here. I was going to say these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, but they're actually only from 1, 2, 3 again, because if one of them was 4, it would say it saw the other one, but the other one would then be a 1, 2, 3, and that doesn't work. So those are from 1, 2, 3, 4. This one could potentially be enormous. Okay, so yeah, I guess the fact that these are a 1-2 pair only says one of these numbers is bigger than the other, which is not maybe so exciting. Oh, I guess it says actually neither of these are 1, or does it say neither of these are 1 or 2? One of them is a 2. It certainly doesn't see. Oh, it could be a. Yeah, it could even. Yeah, there could be a 1 or a 2 on here, but not both. But I already knew that by this column, I guess. But we could do something like 2, 1, 3 or something. Actually, could these even? No, sorry, these can't be a 1, 2 pair in any event. Okay. So I don't think the fact that these are a 1, 2 pair does anything. It does make both of these at least a 3. That's true. Both of these are at least a 3. Okay, so I guess this one can only actually be 3 or 4. So I guess I guess that actually is actually more exciting sudokologically than I thought it was going to be. Because again, if this tried to be a 5, then it would have to see this digit, but this digit would then not be a 5. So that is true. So now 6 is over here somewhere. If 6, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I keep looking at these and keep thinking they say something, but these really do only tell me one of these 2 numbers is bigger than the other. That's literally the only thing it says. I think the 1, 2 say I think I could delete this clue now, and as long as I leave the 1, 2 there, I think I can't break it. Okay. It's true that the only skyscraper that is seen by both of these is the highest one. So that means that the total of these 2 digits is at most 3, I think. So I think this is a 1, 2, or a 3. Sorry, oops. I think this is a 1, 2, or 3, therefore. Because I think 3 plus 3 is okay. Oh, sorry, there's only 4 digits here. 3 plus 3 is not okay. Sorry. So yeah, I think that is fine. Yeah, they can sum to 5 at most. I misremembered the length of this line. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Technically, I guess it's possible that this is a 6. whatever this digit is, it almost assuredly goes there if it's big. I mean, it definitely goes there if it's big, I suppose. Yeah, so if this is a 6, it only works as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but that breaks that cell. So this can't be a 6, but it's not a 1 or a 2 either. So this is 3, 4, or 5. And regardless of whether it is 3, 4, or a 5, it's definitely big enough that it can't go... sorry, that's not true. That's not true. 3 would go there, would be there fine. 5 also breaks. That's very good. 5 also breaks, because if this is 5, again, I still need to see 5 buildings. So that means after these 2, I still need to have 3 higher digits, which means these need to be from 1, 2, 3, and that's 4 digits from 1, 2, 3. So this can't be a 5, which actually gives us a 3, 4 pair, which actually makes these a 5, 6 pair. That is very cool. I like that a lot. Okay. So now we know where 5 and 6 are in column 2, spicily enough. So now we know there's a 4 along here as the big digit. It's not true that every building is seen from one side or the other, Emma. It's only true that at most one building is seen by both. But they could, for example, like you could have the ends of a skyscraper line be like 1, 2, for example, even if the line is very long. And it's not even guaranteed that there is one that's seen by both. At most 4, right? Because it can be 1 more. It can be 7, I think. But I do agree this is at most 4. Let's see. Yes, this being 3 does not work, Carl points out, because if this is a 3, I need to see all of these, which means in particular those aren't 1. But and if this is a 3, again, this therefore needs to be a 1, so it couldn't put the 1 there either. So this could never be a 3. Oh, wait, sorry, this could just go 3, 1 there. Darn, that it sounded so plausible, but yeah, it could be 3, 1 like that, I think would be fine. Yeah, definitely one of these two is a 1, because these two can't be a 2, 3 pair. So one of them's a 1. So there's definitely a 1 over here, I suppose. That's a different way to say it. So that's a very nice way to do this. Is yeah, these can't be a 2, 3 pair. So there's a 1 over here by sudoku, and so this can't be a 3. So these are actually a 1, 2 pair. Over there. If the 1 is here, these are a 1, 2 pair for what it's worth. So now those ones look down. They actually make a one look over here. So these aren't one. I think if this is a 1, then whichever one of these is bigger makes one of these a 2. I think these would become a 1-2 pair if that's a 1. Is my counting glob a glob. Let's see. Yeah, one of those two is a 6. I agree with that. This number can't be any higher than 4, I suppose I could write if I was really itching to put pencil marks on things. And likewise, this number can't be any higher than 4 for the same reason. Because if it were 5, then or 6, then it couldn't. That would break the skyscraper clue. Okay. So this can't be a 4, I think, because one of these is a 5 or a 6. One of these is a 5 or a 6. And if this was going to be a 4, these would have to be a 5. These would therefore have to be 5 and then 6, and that breaks this cell. So this can't be a 4. This is a 3. So again, just to go over that, I have to put both 5 and 6 in column 4. And so I have to put at least one of them here, meaning that by the point I get to here, I'm at least a count of 5 for my skyscraper height. But this, therefore, I could never see this from that side because it would have to go 5, 6, and that doesn't work. So this is a 3, and that's a 4. So that is not a 3. Okay, and if this is a 4, that can't be a 4 either. Because we still need 4 buildings afterwards. So if I put a 4 here, I would need to see the 5 and the 6 afterwards, which is still okay, it looks like. But this is a 1, 2, 3 triple now. So these are 4, 5, 6, and that's not a 4. Okay, well, this is certainly not a 5 or a 6, given that that's a 4. So this is the 4, actually. My belief that the 4 was going to get placed over there never sort of came to fruition. So sorry for greening you for I got you all excited that you were going to be a key part of the puzzle, and then you sadly were not. So funnily enough, that means this cell's never a 5 or a 6, because I know I see the 5 and the 6 along this line, and this cell sees everywhere the 5 and the 6 could go. So this is always a 1, 2, or 3. Ridiculously. Likewise, these can't be 5 or 6 either, actually, because these see everywhere the 5 and the 6 could go. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, but that actually makes these cells a 5, 6 pair. It's the weirdest geometry I've ever seen. Okay, so that makes this a 1, 2, 3 as well. Sadly, I don't think I know the order of the 5, 6, because this could still be a 6 as long as there's a 5 over here. I think that's still okay. Let's see. I'm being told this needs to be 2. Right. This 5, 6 is on here, right? This 5, 6 shows up in column 4 in one of these two cells, and it's bigger than that cell. So this isn't a 1. It's definitely, therefore, a 2. Okay. I don't think I know these aren't actually a 5-6 pair, though, unfortunately. Yes. Now this is either a 1 or a 2 for sure because of the 5-6 right there, right? I can't possibly see this clue, can't see anything after that, which now actually makes this a 4 because there's a 1-2 pair in row 1. That makes this a 5 or a 6, which now makes this a 4 by Sudoku of all things. And now this is a 1 because I can't see anything after this because the 5-6 are already gone in the column. So this is a 1, which makes that a 2, which makes this a 5 and a 6 in that order. Makes that a 2 and a 1, makes that a 5 and a 6. Makes that a 5 and a 6. Seems to make that a 3 and a 6. Seems to make that a 1 and a 1 and a 3 and a 3 and a 2. Okay. So I need a 2 or 3 in here. I definitely see that, but this is just a 1-2 pair by Sudoku, actually. Yes, the 2 sees the 2 and the 4. These are a 3 and a 4, and I know the order because one of them is bigger than the other. Never mind that I also know the order by Sudoku. I'm going to use this clue to actually do the thing. That is a 3. These are a 2 and a 5 in that order. Now, I still need to see the 5 and the 6, so actually... Oops. Sorry. I still need to see the 5 and the 6, so the 5 is here. So these are a 1-5 pair, actually. Never mind, the clue is not relevant, but you can pretend. It worked out anyway. 2, 3, these are 4 and 6. That was a really cool puzzle. That was my favorite so far, actually. Somewhat pathologically. I really enjoyed that adventure. I actually think this probably actually has legs for I really fear saying this, but I feel like this would be the perfect constraint to do a J-Dyer deconstruction with. I think this would work very cutely in that setting, and also break everyone's brain all the time. All right. What is next for us, Florian? Florian says the next cell is called Chaotic Vision. It was Jim Mekdi who gifted you a membership. Lakia suggests setting that idea on stream. Oh, maybe. I feel like this would be one. I'm not sure if my brain handles Skyscraper. I guess if I'm going to set it, I would definitely want to set it on stream because I would make a million mistakes if I tried to set it not on stream. Not a bad idea. We could try that. That could be interesting. Oh boy, yeah. I guess we have set a J-Dyer deconstruction on stream. 50% of all J-Dyer deconstructions I set on stream. Okay. I did submit the 10-line deconstruction to Cracking the Cryptic, but I think I don't think it made it. But I thought that one was very fun, so I actually ended up submitting that one that we made. Okay, we need to divide the grid into regions, each consisting of 6 orthogonally connected cells. We don't get to do the diagonally connected craziness. Each row, column, and region contains the digits 1 through 6 once each. By the way, has anyone done a KNT style diagonally connected regions puzzle where it's also a Philomeno, like you can't have a 5 touch a 5 or whatever? I feel like that would be interesting / horrible. The digit n in a circle indicates that the first n cells in the direction of the arrow are in the same region as the cell with the circle, and the n plus first cell is in a different region. Okay. Uh, interesting / horrible. Yes, that is a good description. Okay. So this can't be a 1 at the very least. So yeah, these can't be 1. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5. And oh, right. But they certainly can't be big either. Because, for example, if this is a 5, it would be saying these are all in a region which has a very big problem, which is that that is too many cells for a region to have. So no 4, 5. Jay Dyer. It does seem like you're kind of interesting, horrible, Jay Dyer. It doesn't say they add, so I assume that means that they don't add. Although actually, now that I think about it, now I feel like the 3 is broken, isn't it? Like it doesn't. If I interpret this as 3 cells in this direction go there, right, yeah. So it's actually a 1-2 pair, not a 2-3 pair, I think. So I think it's actually that. Which makes this a minimum of 3. So that means all of this is in a region at least. So this is 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 3, 4, or 5. Can't have 6 because there aren't 6 cells in the direction of the arrow. And I don't know that I don't know if the rules mean to imply that this isn't a 5, because if this was a 5, then the n plus first cell would be out of the grid. I don't know if out of the grid counts as a different region. It does definitely now mean this isn't a 2, because it would join this region, and this region would now have a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. That's too many cells. So that's the 1, and that's the 2. So these are now part of a region which is different from this region. And keep in mind, I know that's... Oops, sorry, I need edge only now. Oops. That's not blue, so now that is also blue, and that's also blue, and that's also blue, and we actually know the exact nature and purpose of blue. These are all some region of unknown specificity. This is another region of unknown specificity, but it's definitely not the one we already have. So we know that stuff. Okay, this can't be purple for sure, because if this was purple, it would be the last cell of purple, and there would therefore contain a 0. So this cell is not purple. In fact, actually, these 2 cells belong to a region we don't know about yet, because it can't be yellow either. It would be the last 2 cells of yellow. Actually, do I know for sure that it's that cell that's in the region and not that one? Maybe it could be that one, and do something weird like that. In any event, this is still a new region. There's no way it's not a new region. Yeah, assuredly, this is not 3, right? This is only a 1 or a 2, at absolute most. Even 2, I'm going to guess, has really serious problems. Also, this is a 1 or a 2. I don't know why I didn't ever say that. Oh, it's the first N cell. Sorry, it is the first N cell. Sorry. Okay, it is the first. Okay, sorry. So these 2 are in a region as well. Can that region possibly be red? Can it possibly not be red? Don't we have all 6 already? No, we don't have all 6 already. But if these are red, that breaks. So this is actually the last region. Because if this is red, I now can't fit a region under here, but I can't just make all of these red. So this is, so now every region is marked in the grid. Okay, so I guess there's a reachability argument here. Oh, is there? Actually, maybe all of that could be red. No, that can't all be red. Oh no, that's okay. That would make that a 1. That's probably fine. Would make that a 1. Never mind. I think that's actually okay. I know one of these two is purple. But I could maybe have yellow sit down here like a hat, and then purple sit down here. I was trying to argue whether yellow absolutely has to take this cell or not. Let's see. If red takes this cell, does it blow this up? It doesn't quite, because you could go yellow, yellow, purple. That would be red. Green would take... Yeah, green would take all of this. No, that doesn't work, because that makes that a 1. So follow me on a little bit of a journey. If this cell is red, I guess it's not actually, the part of the journey over here was irrelevant. It's as simple as if this is red, this is now sort of an inescapable piece. So green has to take it, but then green takes both of those. And now this is also a 1 because now green is finished. So therefore, we have that. Because it is the first n cells in a direction, not just n cells in the direction, because I didn't read the rules before, and then I culturized something that was not correct. Okay, so that's a 1. This is at least a 2. But I think there's nothing to say it's not orange immediately. So that's not red for what it's worth. Oh, sorry. I think I missed an option. Sorry. If this is red, red could take that cell, green could come down, and that would actually be okay. So I think actually, sorry, I think I was wrong about that. I think that actually works out fine-ish. Because I think you'd have to do that, and then orange would look like this, green would look like that. Oh, the problem is it makes green and orange the same. Oh, that's pretty horrible. Yeah, it makes these two both 2. I don't think I'm going to use that. Row 6, column 6. Yeah, but this is at least 2, so I might be able to argue directly. This is definitely green or orange. I can't get red or yellow over here, right? Yeah, I certainly can't get red or... So this is definitely green or orange. Those are the 2 sort of possibilities that I have. And if this is orange, it's a 4 or a 5. And if it's green, then it's a 2. So, okay. Yes, we can just ask where 6 is in column 1. 6 is definitely there. I agree with that assessment. Yeah, yellow circle certainly isn't 5 anymore. I agree with that. So one of these 2 is 5. So this isn't a 5 for what it's worth. This is a 1, 3, or 4 only. Uh, uh, can we, Selena? I don't think I immediately see how it breaks without going through more nonsense. Uh, 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 but just, it's as simple as this cell can't be 1, I think. Oh no, sorry. No, I don't think it's as simple as that. If this cell is 1, it's definitely not green. Sorry. If this cell is 1, then green doesn't do this. Okay. Green, so it's just a cases argument on this cell. If this cell is a 1, then green can't do this because it won't have a 1 in it, because it'll be L-shaped with 2 1s looking at it. And if this is a 2, then this isn't green because it's a 4 or a 5 and it's orange. So this is always orange, is the point. It's never green in either case for sort of different reasons, which means this isn't a 2. Which means that green actually is those cells, and is done. Which now means that is a 1. Yeah, I think that is what Selena was basically telling me. So red assuredly now takes that cell. In fact, actually, red is going to have to take every cell that can't be orange, so we get some red going on there. And now red certainly can't take any of these other cells in here. This cell can't be yellow, because if this cell was yellow, this cell would be nothing. So therefore, this cell is purple, and it's the last purple. And that actually finishes yellow. And now we actually can count that that's a 3, by the way. And so now we are in good shape. So pink does need a 1 and it goes there. Column 4 does need a 1 and it goes there. Let's see. Almost 6 in column 5, but not quite. I mean, it would just be uglier if it turned out that this is all orange. 3 is placed in pink, actually. So these are a 4-5 pair. For whatever that is worth. One of these two is a 6. So where is the 6 in column 4? Oh, never mind. Sorry. Doesn't quite work. Let's see. 1 in column 5 is in one of these 2 places, I believe. Three in blue is in one of these 2 places, as being pointed out. So then 3 in orange is actually placed there. Oh, wow, yeah, that, bad news for orange, yeah. If orange takes this cell, orange doesn't have any 3s in it, is the problem. So orange is going to take that cell. Red is going to take that cell. And now that is going to be a 2 and a 5. So now that is going to be a 3 and a 3. These are going to be a 4-5 pair. These are going to be a 2-6 pair. These are going to be, oh, actually, just that's a 1, actually, just for the column. These are a 4 and a 6. I don't think I know the order yet. Let's see. One of these two is a 5. I guess I should just write in the candidates. These are 2, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. This is also 2, 4, or 5. The green 1 is in, sorry, the green 5 is in one of these. So that looks down and makes that the 4 and the 5 over there. So that's a 2-4 pair. That makes that the 5 and that the 5. Man, I would love to have the Arrested Development narrator for my life. That would be great. This is a 2 or a 4 by the row, but by the column it's not a 4. So that's a 2 and a 4 and a 2 and a 6 and a 2 and a 4 and a 6 and a 6, 5 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a 5. These are a 2 and a 4. That is a 4. That is a 6. And that is a 3. Very nice. I enjoyed that one, and it was quite smooth at the end of the day. I always enjoy when the ending of chaos construction puzzles is merciful. All right. We're approaching the end of stream, but also there is only one left in this pack, so let's do Como. So let's make it work. After solving, delete the zeros into all pencil marks in those cells to get a solution check. Oh no. This bodes poorly. Place every digit from 0 to 6 exactly 5 times into the grid such that there are no repeats in any row, column, or box. Row 3, column 4 remains without any digit. So, okay, every digit from 0 to 6 exactly 5 times into the grid such that there are no repeats in any row, column, or box. Digits joined by a black dot are in a 1-to-2 ratio. Not all dots are given. The gray circle contains an odd digit. 0 is even. Neighboring digits on the green line have a difference of at least 3. We aren't putting more than 1 digit per cell. Is that correct? We are only we have 35, 0 through 6. Okay, yeah. Okay. At first, I thought we were squeezing more than 1 digit in a cell, but we're not doing that. Neighboring digits on the green line have a difference of at least 3. Divide the gray line into non-overlapping segments. Okay, so we've got a 10 line up here. Box borders divide the blue line into segments with the same sum. Good. The pink line in column 5 contains a sequence of consecutive digits in any order. And on the lavender line, digits of equal distance have the same sum as the center. Equal sum distance from the center have the same sum. Oh boy. Okay. Whatever digit we omit from column 6, I suppose the point is the sum of column 6 is even, whereas the sum of 0 through 6 is odd. So the digit missing from column 6 must be odd. So it is a 1, a 3, or a 5 that is missing. So what is the sum, therefore? The sum is, and so the total is divisible by 3. So 21 minus 1 is not divisible by 3. So that's a problem. 21 minus 3 is 18, and that is divisible by 3 and makes the sum 6. And 21 minus 5 is also not divisible by 3. So it actually is every non-3 digit that exists in this column. 3, sorry, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, right? So we've got a 1, 5, a 2, 4, and a 0, 6 in this column. That is handy to note. The black dots on the green line have to be 3, 6 because they have to be 3 apart at least, and that's the only way it works is if they're 3, 6. And so this digit is not a 6. This digit's not a 0. So we've got that. Okay. And one of these digits is a 0 because the 3, I was thinking in my head, 3 only goes next to 6. Isn't that a problem? But 3 also goes next to 0 in this puzzle. So one of these two is a 0. So this actually isn't a 0 either. So that's not a 6. Is what I have concluded. So yeah, one of those is a 0. One of these is a 0. This is 1, 3, or 5. And it's not a 3 because I can't repeat the 3 in the box. So we've got that going on. Row 1, I really should have done row 1 math first. Row 1 math is a lot easier than column 6 math. But row 1 needs to sum to a multiple of 10. And that multiple of 10 is 21 minus a digit between 0 and 6. And so the only thing that works is to remove the 1. So no 1 down there, so no 5 down there. And so this is 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this certainly doesn't have a 0 or a 5 on it. So this is 2, 4, or 3, 6. And so my sums to 10 that I have available, I can throw the 0 wherever I want, but I've got a 4, 6, and a 2, 3, 5 involved. So putting the 6 in the middle, no, 6 in the middle is not a problem because I can use the 0, right? But this one isn't 3 or 6. We can note that. I don't know what I actually deleted, but it wasn't 3 or 6. 3 or 6. Okay, there we go. Because I don't know. Not for any good reason. I think my claim that the sum of a zipper line is always even misunderstands the way that zipper lines work. I think the sum actually didn't have to be even. I think it only had to be a multiple of 3. So I think actually everything I said in this column is, I think, actually wrong. This is still from 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, though. I can still at least fill in this one, but yeah, I don't think that actually works. The Renbon definitely needs to have a 3 on it, and a 4, right? 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, the Renbon has a 3 and a 4 on it. No, sorry, it only has a 3. It only has a 3 on it. But that means that's not a 3, and this digit's not a 3 either, but I already knew that digit wasn't a 3. Yeah, the 0, 1, 2, 3 would work. Right, this isn't a 0 because there's a 3 over here. So we've got that. Okay, can I figure out the high-lowity of this whisper somehow? Like, if this is a 2, that'll have to be a 5? Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, so that's the point. This can't be a 2. Because if this is a 2, it makes that a 5 and breaks the 10 line. Because 2 needs to go next to a 5 or a 6, but the 6 is gone. So it'd have to go 2, 5. But the 10 sum is 2, 3, 5. And you might think, oh, but I could use a 0, but I have to go through this black dot, which in the world where this is 2 would be 3, 6. So there'd be no way to get the 5 into the 10 sum if this was a 2. So that's going to tell us the high-lowity. 6, 3. 3 goes next to 0. That's low, so that's low. So that's a 3. 3 goes next to 0. That's a 6. Let's see, this is a 4 or 5. So yeah, so this is Oh, 0 switches the parity. Oh, horrible. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So yeah, the 0 does let you switch parity. So this is still high parity, but you can flip high and low. Yes, that is true. But this is still 4 or 5. This being 4, 406 works for this. So if this is 4, then this goes 0, 6. And if this is 5, then I think this has to go 2, 3 in some order. So yeah, I think we can do, yeah, as AFK says, I think we can do a little bit of bashing up here. I feel slightly bad about it. Are the options for the column here more interesting? Yeah, this is always 0, 1, 2, 3. It's never 3, actually. 3 is too big. If this is a 0, it is a 3. Otherwise, that thing. Yeah, so if we really want to go full bash, this being 4 would make this a 0 and a 6. It's the only way that it works. This being a 5 would make these a 2, 3 pair. So I said 0, 6 or 2, 3. This is never a 6 or a 4 or a 5 because it's either 4, 0, 6 or 5, 2, 3. And so 4, 0, 6 would make this a 6. This is just never a 4, so that's never a 2. We could, accept the black dot breaks that, right? Right, AFK? I don't think there's any way to make that work with the black dot. But yeah, certainly at first it looked like that was going to be a possibility that was going to be difficult to get rid of. No problem. Just yeah, I think that is true. I think that those are true words. Okay, so the sum of this is of this column is either 7, 6, or 5 based on what digit is missing. Actually, I don't think I could do 5. But maybe I can. Yeah, so I can do 7 if I omit. Yeah, 7, 6, or 5. Yep. 7, 6, and 5 are the options for the sum. Let's see. David says this is always 0, 1, or 2. Because 4 or 5 don't go next to this. And it's not 3, 6 by Sudoku, so this is always 0, 1, 2. Okay, and so now there can't be a direction switch here, because if there was a direction switch, we'd have to go 0 to 3. So this is, in fact, still high. So this is a 4 or a 5, which certainly, again, also goes next to 0, 1, or 2 over here, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Same thing over here. This can't be 3, 6. 4 and 5 don't go next to 3 or 6, so this is also 0, 1, or 2. And so this is 4, 5 again. Regardless. Okay, so if that's 4 or 5, and we said the sum is 5, 6, or 7, that means this can be 0, 2, or 3, but not 4, 5, or 6. That would be too big. So this is 0, 2, or 3. So now one of these two is definitely a 0, because we know the 2 3s in this row are part of the same 10 sum, and these aren't. So that's not a 0 anymore. So let's see. Let's see. 3 5 2. Oh, this can't be a 2, right? So this can't actually be a 3. Because if this is a 3, it would make that a 4, and that combo doesn't work for the 10 line. So there's no 3 there, actually, for whatever that means. So this is a 0 or a 2. I think that means that digit's never a 2. Because if this is a 2, that'll be a 0, and this will be a 4 or a 6, and I can't make that work. So this is never a 2. It's kind of interesting that these are sort of chopped off of the sort of ends of the renbon. Sort of we've got a low digit that's not on it and a high digit that's not on it. Okay, so this could be a 4-6 pair with a 0. Otherwise, this is a 5, in which case that's a 2 and a 3. Yeah, okay. I think I might have tortured row 1 enough for now. Does it, Josh? I thought we did this before. So it can't be 0, 1, 2. So there's no 0 and no 6 on the renbon. So now the renbon is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If the renbon is length 4 from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that means it does need a 2, 3, and 4. That's true. Yep. So agree. So that cell says 6 isn't on it. That cell says 0 isn't on it. So now we do indeed need a 2, 3, and 4 on the renbon. So no 2 there. No 4 there. And that now means that cell isn't 4. Because now if that cell is... Oh, no, sorry. It could be. It could be 4, 6, 0. Oh, it's 6. This cell isn't 6. Because if this cell was 6, it would go 6, 5, blankety blank. Yeah, sadly, I got excited because I thought it was the good one, but it wasn't the good one. It was the bad one. Okay. 2 out of this cell. Yeah, if this is a 2, it makes that a 6, and that combo assuredly does not work. This poor row. We have done so much abuse to this row. Here's a good point that's following up from what Jay said earlier. This column definitely has a 1. Because the 1 is missing from row 1, and there's only one row without a 1. So if this column has a 1, it's either here, in which case the thing we're missing is a 0, or it's on here, in which case this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're missing a 5 or a 6. Kind of feels interesting. It doesn't imply every column has a 1. It implies that this column has a 1 because I know that cell isn't a 1, AFK. But I'm specifically using the fact that I would have the missing. Oh, maybe that's not right. Maybe it isn't right. Now I'm unsure. Yeah, I think actually, I think as convincing as it is, I don't think it's right. Yeah, yeah, it's absolutely, yeah, it could still be missing a 1, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's a 0 next to a 3 down here. So there's definitely a 0 down here, and there's definitely a 1. Okay, so the point is, I do know I'm missing a 1 up here, so every row has a 1 other than that one. Also, the 3 is definitely next to a 0, so these are a 0-1 pair, is the point here. So this row is now missing a 2. So no other row is missing a 2, for what it is worth. If this was a 0, this would be a 5, and the thing missing would be 6. And if this is a 2, there's options based on whether it goes with the 4 or the 5, for what it's worth. Do I know that column 6 isn't missing 0? I had thought that column 6 could be missing 0, and the sum could be 7. But maybe there's a reason why it can't be. I guess it's worth marking the 2, 3, 4 that have to be on this Renbon. It does sort of leave a little bit of optionality in terms of this. So yeah, this column is missing either 0, 1, or 5, or 6, I guess, based on exactly how this works out. This may be not interesting. Weird. Okay. Yeah, the missing number. Yeah, I can't quite say anything about the parity because I can look at that. It's interesting. If this is a 1, that's a 6. And if this is a 5, that's a 0. Yeah, roping. Yeah, we can't rope because we'd put too many of the... yeah, we'd end up having the same content. Yeah, the sort of full roping. Yeah, the very strangely. Yeah, the... I'm trying to figure out, like, can I do any math with this region sum line? It feels like I should be able to, but I have no idea. Maybe 3 in row 1, column 4 breaks row 6. 3, 6 makes that a 6, 3. And the 3 here would put a 5 and a 2. Put a 6. Oh boy, yeah. So if you put a 3 here, this is a little messed up. If you put a 3 here, it puts a 5 here, but the 3 there puts a 6 there, it puts a 0 there, and a 1 there. And now I have to make a renbon fit between 1 and 5 without using them. And that does not work. Yeah, so this can't be a 3, although I don't like it, but I suspect there's something different. So anyway, but this being a 3, so we're looking at column 2 is simpler. Oh, if this is a 3 and this is a 6. Yeah, okay, yeah. So column 2, actually, if this is a 6, it makes both of those 0 a little bit more transparently, actually. You don't have to go through the renbon. It just puts 2 zeros in column 2. So this being a 6 doesn't work because of column 2. That feels a lot Florianier. So anyway, so that is not a 3. So it is a 4 and a 2, which makes that a 0 and a 5. And a 3 and a 5 and a 6. That becomes a 4. 4 doesn't go next to 2. That's not a 2. So we've got that all. That is not 4. So now I know that these are 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not a 4. That's not a 1. So 6 is the missing digit from column 6 for what it's worth. Yeah, and 2 is the missing digit from column 1. Let's see. Very strange. So 2, 3, and 4 definitely appear both on the zipper and on the renbon. So that's a bunch of 2, 3, 4s for what it's worth. I guess then the question is, where's the 4 missing? The 4 is definitely missing in one of these columns because we've got the 4s here. So there are no 3s in any of these cells, I guess, because if you count, that's 2 3s, 3 3s, 4 3s, 5 3s. So we know roughly where every 3 in the grid is for whatever that is worth. Doesn't feel like it's worth a lot to me, but it does do that. Let's Let's see. Did I say 6 in row 1, column 5 has to match with something in row 6? Unfortunately, no. It was if this was a 5 that it forced what was going on in this column. Let's see. Yes, sad but true. I was trying to see if like one of these things is a 2-3. If that's a 2-3, then these are a 2-3. I guess it's either these 4 cells exactly are 2-3 or these 4 cells exactly are 2-3. Those are sort of my options. Okay. So what else have we? See, people are talking about some stuff about overlapping stuff that I haven't fully understood yet. Okay, so if box 5 had a 2, then it would rule 2 out of both box 3 and box 6. Would be there. Yep. So this cell can't be a 2 because then just sudoku would make 2 disappear from here and from here. So right, so these are not 0, 1, and they're not 2. So they are 3, 5, and 6 is the thing. So that's handy, at least a little bit. So there's definitely a 5 in one of those cells for whatever that is worth. Let's see. So 2 can be corner marked in box 3. Yeah, so 2 is in one of those 2 cells. 2 is in one of these bajillion cells. Notably. Okay, so there's definitely a 4 or 6 on this side of this line, because I can't omit both 5 and 6. Sorry, both 4 and 6 from this box. And there's definitely a 3 or 5 on this side of the line, because I can't omit both 3 and 5. So the sum is at least 4. And I think we could do better than that if we really wanted to. Yeah, I guess if I don't put a 0 or 1 on this line, then I'm obligated to put 4 and 6 on it. And that doesn't work because I can't use both 4 and 6. So there's definitely a 0 or 1 because the total's 10. There's just no way to make this work. So that's never a 1. And in fact, actually, these are never 1 either. These are from 2, 3, 5, actually, only. Oh, in fact, that actually makes these a 2, 3, 5 triple, doesn't it? Because it means we don't have. It means 1 is ruled out of this box. So, and this isn't summing to 5, so this is summing to 7 or 8. But there is no sum to 8 available because I can't do 2, 6, 3, 5, or 1, 7. So these aren't actually 3, 5, which means that needs a 2. So that actually is a 3. And so these are 2, 5. So no 2 there. No oh, that 3 means that's a 2. Means these are a 1, 4. Okay, and now this renbon needs a 2 and a 3. And so, oh, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say, so the 2 has to go there, but that's not necessarily true. But anyway, this is a sum to 5, or sorry, a sum to 7, and it's not 2, 5, or 3, 4, so it's 1, 6 for sure, which makes that the 0. And now the 0, remember, goes next to the 3. Remember, the 0 goes next to the 3. Okay, and so so now my renbon is 2, 3, 4, 5. And I know those aren't 4, and I know that's not 4, so I know that one's the 4. And so that one is the 3 because of the 2 5s there. So this digit is only 2 or 5 or 0. Yeah, sorry, 0, 2, 5. Yeah, but okay. I don't know that I really want to write all of that in. But we have that now. This digit actually is probably worth looking at. It is either 0 or 3. But it can't be a 3 because remember, we know where all the 3s are. In fact, we've actually placed all 5 3s. So this is just a 0. And so now this cell is, if I just write it in, it is not 1 or 4. It is not 0 or 6. It is not a 3. So these are actually a 2, 5 pair. Those are a 2, 5 pair. So 1 is missing from this column for whatever that is worth. Oh, this is a 1, 5, 6 triple. If that's a 1, 5, 6 triple, then that means this number is not, could be 0. It's not 1, 2, it's not 3, and it's not, it could be 4, right? This is 0 or 4, I think, is what I get. For that. Oh, we have all the 5s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, yes. So, okay. So we have, roughly speaking, 5 5s. So this can't be a 5. It's a 1. 6, 1. 5, 6. So we have that. So in this row, what are we missing? We have a 0, 1. We could still have a 2. We've got a 3 and a 4. We could still have a 5, except we've placed all the 5s. So this is not a 5 by the previously noted statement. So this is actually a 2. Okay, and so now how many zeros do we have in the grid? We've got 4 0. Okay, so this row needs a 0 because we don't have all the zeros yet. So that is a 0. So that's 5 zeros, 5 1s, 5 2s, 5 3s, 4 4s. So that makes that the last 4. So we need to just delete all the zeros, and then answer check will trigger. That was a very cool puzzle. I always feel like these sorts of puzzles have a lot of potential, but unfortunately, they all get bogged down in the end when it is like, oh, I need to count how many places I've got 5s and et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like the beginnings of this kind of puzzle are always exciting, and then the ends are kind of painful. I feel like there's probably a way to make it work, and maybe the way to make it work is to beg Chameleon to make some software that keeps track of stuff for you so that you're not doing that kind of counting, or maybe the way is to modify the rules in some way so that it's that, or provide you with some sort of like way and some easy pencil marking system. I don't know exactly what it is, but I really like the logic of these kinds of puzzles. But then sort of inevitably, I think every time the ending has gotten a little bit bogged down. We've done a bunch of these this year of various sorts of this type. And sort of it always turns out that like that last ending, just sort of like I often complain about with chaos constructions or whatever. So the last 20% of the puzzle is usually a little bit grindier than you would hope for. But I did very much enjoy thinking about this. The sneaking in the zeros there was mean. Uh, yeah, I have done at least one where someone did that, David, where someone basically just sort of like shoved in a place for you to write in the missing digit for the row or column or whatever. It's possible that would work. Anyway, I am going to wrap up stream there for the day. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging out. Thank you, Jim, for the many months of support and for the gift subscriptions earlier. Enjoy your gift subscriptions if you got one from Jim earlier. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging out. Do please give a thumbs up to the stream. If you have not given a thumbs up to the stream already, we do greatly appreciate them. It does sort of help the YouTube algorithms make good things. We've been getting more new people around the stream lately. So by the way, welcome if you're new. Great to see you. And if you're new, do consider subscribing. I don't say that one very often, but if you are new, please consider subscribing. And if you're really enjoying this and you want to support us, one of the easiest ways to do that is click the join button down below. And for as little as $5 a month, you can help keep the lights on around here, help keep Zach fed and all of that. And yes, if you are watching the VOD, please also like the stream and please leave a comment, because I always enjoy seeing comments later from people who are enjoying the VODs, because it is cool to see people comment. Although then inevitably someone like 6 months later leaves a comment that is like, you really missed the 3 in box 6 deduction here that was really elegant. And of course, by then I have no recollection of the puzzle, as you have seen from the fact that I've multiple times started to do a puzzle on stream that I've already done. I think I've only once finished a puzzle on stream that I'd already done, but anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out. It's been great. I'll see you all real soon. I'm streaming again on Friday, so thanks for watching. Bye for now.